It's that time. I'm calling to order the July MTA Board Meeting. Let's hear the public safety announcement, and then we'll hear from our public speakers. Ruby?
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Good morning all and welcome to the MTA Board Meeting's public comment session. We have 24 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. In the event that we exceed 60 minutes of public comment, we will transition to a separate live recording session. Recorded comments will be distributed to the MTA board and posted to our board meeting webpage and YouTube channel. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Iris Kelly, followed by Maddie Bucas-Hyland.
Okay, I have two topics today. One's the railroad and the other's the Accessoride. First of all, on the railroad, they have to fix a way at night that they should be having us on tracks 3 or 2, anyway, those numbers, because we shouldn't have to be walking from platform 1 all the way down to platform 11 and 12 at night. It's not good for safety-wise. And because I know I've seen you doing it for rush hour. There's no excuse why you can't do it for the rest of the evening. Thank you. And then also that for the Accessoride, that need to have on demand. Maybe more people should have it. Like I know I could really use for different times. I'm in predicament problems where my job is out early, and I can't be waiting for an Accessoride later trip or at night. And then it's like I can't join things with my family because they do things last minute. I have to do books 1, 2, 3 days ahead of time just to get that trip. It doesn't make sense. But I should be able to have that when it's really accessible. It would make it easier. And I don't know why this is always like that. I mean, I wish people would think about different things wisely, about what they're doing for travel-wise for people. And don't make it so close in time at night. The night train, the Brooklyn train, coming from Manhattan to Brooklyn. Because the one at 9 after is no good, because there's days when your train, Manhattan train comes in 5 minutes late. That cuts off my time to make my connection point to get into Brooklyn. And I have trips to get canceled. Rebook my trip for Accessoride. Some need some more time just to get home. And I get home really late then. I wish you would think about the timing spaces that you're making and consider what you're doing about between these two spaces. And thank you so much.
The next speaker is Maddie Bucas-Hyland, followed by John Padula.
Okay, thank you, madam. Hi, everybody. My name is Maddie Bucas-Hyland, and I want to wish everybody happy Disability Pride Month this month as we celebrate 36 years of ADA accessibility. First of all, I do want to thank the chairman and all of his staff for making a priority making our stations 100% ADA accessible. But I also like to recognize for the July financial plan. I'm excited to hear what you have, although I do support the 4% fare and toll increase rather than a big increase. But sadly, I'm going to miss Bob Foran's Southern accent. But other than that, I do want to wish Commissioner David Mack all the best, and I just hope that Blakeman will soon be able to recommend someone to the governor to serve as a Nassau County representative on the board. So Thank you for everything that you do to make our stations ADA accessible, including my home branch of Babylon, 100% accessible for everybody to use. That's all I have to say. Thank you. God bless you all. Have a great summer, and let's go Bulls.
Our next speaker is John Padula, followed by virtual speaker Alexander Kemp.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula. I'm an administrator with Educational Vision Services from New York City Public Schools. And I'm glad to be here for Disability Pride Month because I'm proud to be blind. Because it is respectable to be blind. And I spend a lot of time during my workday and for years now trying to convince blind children, parents of blind children, and even fellow administrators that it is respectable to be blind. Blindness is just a non-visual approach to a visual world. It's just a different way of living your best life. And as a blind New Yorker committed to living my best blind life, meaningful, non-visual access is what's necessary for safe and purposeful travel. And that takes many shapes and many forms. And we can talk about buses, and we can talk about trains, and we can talk about audio visual announcements on trains, and not having trains magically turn into a D train from a B train, right? But for many New Yorkers, tens of thousands of New Yorkers a day, paratransit is that meaningful access. It's what allows people to live their best life, to have full participation in New York City. Paratransit's doing 1 million trips a month. Why? Because people want to live their best life. And that doesn't come cheap. I'm sure there's a bean counter or two in here that are having a heart attack because the budget issues are going to be real. Where is City Hall? Where are our city and state leaders? This has to be dealt with. You can't bury your head in the sand. People deserve equal access. People deserve full participation. And paratransit is part of that equation. Never mistake disability for inability. And remember, low expectations lead to low outcomes. My name is John Padula, and yeah, I'm proud to be blind. Let's go Bills.
Our next speaker is virtual speaker Alexander Kemp, followed by virtual speaker Andy Pollock.
Good morning. My name is Alexander Kemp. I'm from TW Local 100. I have very serious concerns about the amounts of people that are getting pushed in front of trains. I clearly acknowledge, along with the riding public, that you guys are not doing enough to protect people and to ensure that people are confident in riding the system. There was a survey that came out the other day that said that the general public, when questioned, would rather have on-time performance than safety on the train. Mainly, my belief is because they have made an acknowledgement, a calculated acknowledgement that you have no interest in keeping them safe. And because they're forced to use the system every day to get to work, they now have to determine whether or not just getting to work on time is more important than them actually getting home at all. The responsibility that you have to provide and ensure that the general public and your workforce are safe and feel safe. The consequences of someone getting pushed in front of a train, or the thought of the workforce that has to deal with someone getting pushed in front of a train. Could you imagine that every time a train operator comes into a station and looks at 1,000 people standing on the platform, they have to determine whether or not at this moment someone's going to push someone in front of their train? That is trauma at every second of their day. The transit authority needs to do more to protect people and make them feel safe, including the people who operate the system when it comes to people being pushed in front of trains. This is horrendous, and it needs to be adjusted and addressed.
Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning, everyone. This is Andy Pollock from Passengers United. So a couple of things we're going to talk about. First things first, Omni. Again, we do not have a dedicated app on iOS and Android. I mean, it's kind of annoying that we have to go on our mobile web browser just to look at our balance. So can we please develop an app for that? Thank you. And also, again, can't put my Omni card onto Apple Wallet or Google Play. So can we change that? Thank you. Also, Long Island Railroad ticketing. Customer satisfaction is very low. Newsday had an article on it this morning. Just wanted to put that out there. And I'm upset with the fact that as a disability customer, I used to be able to get the round trip, right? Now I have to purchase 2 single tickets. I mean, where's the logic in that? And reminder, everyone, not just Long Island Railroad, Metro North fares are also going up in January. So I don't want to forget you guys in the Hudson Valley and Connecticut. And one more thing before I wrap up my comments. So thank you to NYPD. Last week, they made a bunch of arrests in connections to 2 separate subway surfing incidents in Far Rockaway and in Brooklyn last week, in which the Brooklyn one, NYPD released a video on that last week. But again, we have to keep urging everybody, please do not ride on top of the train. Listen to those subway announcements very carefully. Ride inside, stay a lot, especially when I'm going to be taking the 7 later today. So with that, thank you very much for letting me speak. MTA Board, Mr. Chairman, enjoy your recess, and let's go Mets.
The next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Michael Ring.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian. I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Let's go Mets. July offers so much: the mid-year financial plan, Disability Pride Month, and my birthday, to name a few highlights. This year, it also gives us the opportunity to welcome new board members. Thank you for your service to riders across the region. Thank you also to the workers around the system who battle ferocious floods, strong storms, and wild weather to help people get where they need to go. The resiliency work in the capital plan will help address key issues in the long run, but day-to-day operations are really the key to the backbone of our region's transit system. And that's why we're going to keep fighting to ensure that there's recurring operating funding for the MTA. The finance team does a great job of keeping the ship righted, particularly given the vagaries of the federal government, but stability in the long run is key. Governor Hochul understands the critical importance of ensuring there's sufficient money to keep the ledger balanced next year and for years to come, and our role as advocates is to ensure that the rest of government is on board. Disability Pride Month has brought a slew of elevator contracts, opening, and good news about state of good repair. Obviously, there's still work to do, but continuing programs like ZFA will help further the goal of a fully accessible system. And we'll be supporting the All Stations Accessibility Program in federal reauth. At the same time, we'll be vociferously vocal about the politicization of CIG grants and any effort to remove transit funding from the Highway Trust Fund, especially without substitute funding. Now, for my birthday, I appreciate the gift of looking to detangle bottlenecks across the system for faster, more reliable service for all. Congratulations to Paige for all of you've done for riders. Thank you for all your service. Congratulations on the early and under-budget completion of the Park Avenue Viaduct and on the Yaphank Station, done with in-house forces. These are examples of getting things done better, faster, and cheaper to improve the lives of riders. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Ring, followed by Avraham Weinstock.
Hiya, my name is Michael Ring. If anyone needs a verbal description of my appearance, I'm a 63-year-old white guy. I need a shave. And I'm wearing a green hat that says DIA, Disabled in Action. I also have the Disability Pride pin on it. And it occurred to me that I'm proud of the fact that since I acquired my disability 12 years ago, I have accomplished more things in my professional life than in my first 50 years. But it's also about disability awareness. And I was thinking about something that I've been trying to get fixed for the past few years. The stickers that are on the seats in the front and the ends of the subway cars and the front of the bus. In other transit systems, they have more affirmative words. It says things like, this seat must be available for people with disabilities, or be prepared to get up if a disabled person comes here, things like that. Here in New York City, it has the word please on the sticker, which means nothing to a New Yorker. My disability is not that apparent. If I'm not moving around, I look like a fairly able-bodied person. I have lack of proprioception, which is kind of like a lack of balance. My hands are really weak. I can't really hold on to the pole. I like to ride the train and the bus, but when it's crowded, I have to take Accessoride during those times because I'm not going to get a seat. No one's going to offer me a seat. I'm not using crutches. I'm not using a cane. I don't expect it to get infinitely superior instantly, but a change in the wording on the sticker and getting new stickers and a little bit of a public information campaign would go a long way to making things better. Maybe telling the school kids when they get their Omni cards, move to the back. They're good kids, but it doesn't occur to them not to plop down in the front of the bus. And it'll make the buses move quicker anyway if there was more room in the front. Let's go Mets. Thank you.
The next speaker is Avraham Weinstock, followed by virtual speaker Montoya Clemens.
Good morning. I come here today not to apprise the board of an issue they are unaware of. Rather, I stand before you to emphasize and synthesize how offensive this intrusion is to so many riders and bystanders in New York City. My name is Avraham Weinstock. I am Chief of Staff of Agudath Israel of America, a national Jewish umbrella group headquartered here in New York City. I refer to the pervasive ads on the front of what feels like every city bus for the so-called Museum of Sex. Let me be clear. This is America. If someone wishes to create an adult-oriented museum celebrating and displaying sex, that is their right. If adults wish to frequent this adult establishment, that is their choice. But by the MTA becoming the mouthpiece for this museum, it presents no choice to children who do not understand what they are looking at. It preempts the choice of parents who face the daunting task of trying to raise their children with innocence today. And this is not just confusing to children. According to reports, the New York State Board of Regents denied the museum nonprofit status because, quote, using the word sex in the same breath as museum creates a mockery of the hallowed concept of what a museum represents. MTA unions, now and when the ads were first attempted in 2018, have reported that their female bus drivers are subjected to crude and offensive comments due to the ads. We therefore ask the MTA to, as its policy states, maintain a safe and welcoming environment for all MTA employees and customers, including minors, and showcase ads that are respectful to the multicultural, multi-ethnic, religiously diverse, and minors of New York City, end quote. Please curtail this offensive ad campaign, as done in 2018, and dialogue with representative groups to head off such situations in the future, as the MTA connects this great city. I want to thank you all for what you do. Have a good day.
The next speaker is Montoya Clemens, followed by virtual speaker Eddie Mark.
My name is Montoya Clemens, and in my opinion, in late September of 2025, MTA failed its commuters. Traveling the West Side Highway to Brooklyn should be free, except a barrier and a cop near WTC waved all into the congestion pricing zone due to the annual Tunnel to the Towers. 511 NY showed nothing of this that day, confirmed on the Wayback Machine, and no signs outside the zone, and I have dash cam. I filed dispute to learn of internal backlogs while supervisors and agents told me late fees occur despite a dispute, paying wipes out the dispute, and my solution was to get an easy pass or get it out of my hair and just pay. Weeks of persistence led to resolution and actual dispute rules not on the website 9 months later. The next race precedes the next board meeting. Should motorists be required to view News 4 in the Netflix era? I asked MTA these things. Update the congestion price and FAQs to include dispute resolution process. Current incorrectly charged FAQ mentions nothing about fines waived, and is this scenario I bring forth today considered incorrectly charged? Work on 511 NY to update its site more reasonably. This race has existed since 2002, and to perform more QA to recognize multi-car pileups? Will they be forced to commuters to pay?
The next speaker is virtual speaker Eddie Mark, followed by David Kupferberg.
Hi, good morning. My name is Eddie Mark, and thank you for the board for letting us speak. I am the district manager for Community Board 13, located down in Coney Island, Brighton Beach, Seagate, and Gravesend. We would like to thank the board for passing the 5-year capital plan for the Neptune Avenue station. We are finally getting an elevator, and we are very happy for it. We're hoping that it will be sooner than later being installed. We understand that things take time, but as you know, we are the #1 NORC community in New York City. We have over 24% of our residents who are seniors, and we have high rises over there like Warbath, Moon Park, Sky 3 that have seniors in those complex, and they desperately need to have an elevator installed. We've been advocating for this for the longest time in our district needs report, and each year we pray that it will happen. And this year, you guys passed it, and we were one of the 5 that were selected. We also want to make sure that this is not the only elevator we need. We need one in Brighton Beach. We need one on Ocean Parkway, where other seniors are there. And we hope that that will be heard in the future capital plans. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by John Erickson.
Good morning. My name is David Kupferberg, member of Passengers United. During Monday's Joint Railroad Committee meeting, I slammed the MTA and the Long Island Railroad for not providing adequate shuttle bus service last weekend, and how people of the Hempstead branch are consistently being treated like second-class citizens, whereas Oyster Bay branch customers had express bus service from the Jamaica station. Yet the committee did not refute my accusations, and the facts don't lie. If the MTA does not wish to provide adequate shuttle bus service for the Queens Village, Hollis, Bellerose, and Elmont UBS Arena stations on weekends this August, then bridge plates should be provided instead. And during the NYCT committee meeting, I claimed that Next Stop, Fast Buses Better Service, was nothing more than a propaganda fluff piece. DOT Commissioner Mike Flynn came to the committee with the attempt to give a glowing presentation, yet he was unable to refute my accusations, and the facts don't lie. To mitigate the changes connected to the Queens bus network redesign, the MTA implemented a promotional 3-legged transfer policy for Queens riders for approximately 6 months from June 29, 2025 until January 2026 to identify, quote, permanent special transfer privilege routes, unquote, as well as tariff changes. After January 2026, the 3-legged transfers were taken away, and we are still waiting for the tariff changes. Shame on the NYCT, and shame on the MTA. Bus stop balancing is a myth, and we have the method to prove it. It's called the Comprehensive Bus Stop Accessibility Index. Google it for details. Comprehensive Bus Stop Accessibility Index. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Erickson, followed by Anna Humphrey.
Good morning. I am John Erickson, speaking on behalf of ETA, the Effective Transit Alliance, regarding the upcoming LAR electrification study. We welcome the MTA's commitment to study electrification and double tracking to the new Yamthank BNL station, but prior studies rested on assumptions that inflate costs and reduce benefits, jeopardizing the value of the project. The LAR's environmental assessment put electrification beyond Ronkonkoma at $25 million per mile in today's dollars. Recent international commuter rail projects electrify for $2 to $3 million per mile, an order of magnitude less. The difference is catenary and modern installation methods. Catenary requires less track work and fewer substations, and supplies more power for faster acceleration. The MTA instead proposed third rail, a legacy technology in the eyes of other railroads. We ask the LAR to study catenary electrification and to study rail cars that run on both third rail and catenary, like the M8, and that clear every LLIR tunnel. ETA's M10 concept is one example worth examining. We also ask the LAR to consider passing sidings rather than full double tracking, as Utah's Frontrunner 2X is doing. That requires less track and signal work, freeing funds for service increases elsewhere. Several diesel branches carry more riders than this stretch of the main line and deserve the same study. Finally, this work should serve a region-wide goal, incrementally unifying on a single electrical standard, 25 kilovolts, 60 hertz AC catenary, as expensive to maintain third rail equipment reaches its normal end of life. Scoping the study will identify the most cost-effective ways to improve service for LAR riders. We thank you.
The next speaker is Anna Humphrey, followed by virtual speaker Alita Dupree.
Good morning. My name is Anna Humphrey. I'm the Transportation and Voting Community Organizer for the Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York, Sydney. I'm here today to address two issues impacting the daily independence of New Yorkers with disabilities: driver training and transit affordability. First, accessibility goes beyond ramps and kneeling buses. It requires respectful, informed service. We urge the MTA to improve mandatory driver training on disability etiquette and accessibility protocols. Bus operators must be fully trained on securing wheelchairs properly, deploying ramps without hesitation, and communicating with courtesy. Far too often, riders with disabilities face driver dismissiveness, improper equipment usage, or being passed by entirely. Training our transit workforce in disability etiquette is essential to ensuring that every New Yorker can ride with dignity. Second, transit affordability must extend to all modes of public transportation. Currently, riders using the reduced fare program are forced to pay full fare on express buses during weekday peak hours. For many disabled New Yorkers, subways remain inaccessible due to lack of or broken elevators, making express buses a vital resource. It's fundamentally unfair that reduced fare discounts apply to peak Long Island Railroad and Metro North trips, yet express bus riders are penalized. Charging full fare during peak hours places an unfair financial burden on a community that is already facing significant economic disparities. We urge the board to mandate comprehensive disability etiquette training for all operators and expand the reduced fare discount to peak hours on express buses. Public transit must be both physically accessible and financially reachable when New Yorkers need it most. Thank you.
Our next speaker is virtual speaker Alita Dupree, followed by Rita Friedman.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Jano, Lieber, and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds have some Subway for you. Can't ever have enough Subway. I couldn't find the board book on the website. Don't know what we're going to talk about today. I heard we're going to talk about subway routings. That's very interesting because sometimes those have to be updated. And I do use the MTA app, which is a part of my toolkit in helping to see if and when subway routings are changing. You know, you can never have enough Grand Central. And I'm excited about us finishing the work on the Grand Central, the Park Avenue Railway, the elevated section. And we want to keep on going with our train shed so that famous railroad station can continue its work into future generations. And Grand Central Madison is a big part of that, which I also enjoy very much. And there are so many things that I think of, and it's not easy being away from you. As I am still in Oakland, maybe September I will be back to enjoy this system. What can we do about getting open payments on our railroads? You know, over here in the Bay Area, Caltrain, an electric railroad, takes open payments. And yes, there's some challenges going on with Clipper. I went to their meeting on Monday, and but Clipper is a good system that includes open payment. But Omni works for me with the reduced fare. that I enjoy. I get all the benefits of that.
Please
can't-
conclude your remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rita Friedman, followed by Kalia Hazlett.
Good morning. My name is Rita Friedman. I was here last month, and I had told you then we celebrated a wonderful 250th birthday of this wonderful country with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I come to you to make a universal plea for all of mankind. It is a shame for society to solicit youngsters' curiosity at such an early stage of life. I am referring to the offensive ads on buses. Everyone, young, middle-aged, and old, which advertises to the Museum of Sex. It is difficult enough with AI, Google, and the internet to still add on another outlet without any filters to entice the youngsters, inviting them to become one-track minded. As a former educator, I am passionate about raising the next generation morally and correctly. The Almighty instilled in all humans the first instinct being self-preservation. The sexual arousal is the second one. Why encourage more to trigger these impulses? Is there no decency left to morality? Where are we heading? It's time to come to our senses. Not everything has to be acceptable. We need to be able to raise our children in a more sheltered life. Thank you for a healthy summer to all of you.
The next speaker is Kalia Hazlett, followed by Rhiannon Murphy.
Thanks, Jonathan. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kalia Hazlett, and I'm a member of the Transit Riders Council. I want to reflect on the positive changes I've seen in Access-a-Ride over the past 3 years under Rachel Cohen's leadership and team. The visible presence of Access-a-Ride staff at public events, engaging directly with the disability community, has built trust and strengthened the sense that we are being heard. That this presence breaks down the old us versus them. When we see you in communities, listening and having real conversations, it reminds us we are a part of the same transportation system. For a long time, there was the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, Access-a-Ride. Discussions and decisions being made about accessible travelers by people who didn't even experience that type of travel. Today, I have to acknowledge the intentional steps that have helped us move forward and continue to tackle issues such as taxi reimbursement, the backlog. The technological advances have been especially meaningful. The ability to book, manage, and track our own trips give riders greater independence and control. When technology works, it doesn't just improve transportation, it restores dignity. I'm often called the soft-spoken advocate, but I've also been one of your toughest scrutinizers. As a skeptical Brooklynite, I'm not easily impressed. But today, I say congratulations, reaching more than 50,000 trips in one day. A single day in the past spring was a major milestone. This growing use of the app to book and track trips in real time shows that riders are embracing these tools. We too can experience the New York Minute. When I'm out in the city, people often ask about accessible routes. This year, I find myself saying, do you have Access-a-Ride?
Please conclude your remarks.
If not, why? So thank you. Happy Pride Month, everybody.
The next speaker is Rhiannon Murphy, followed by virtual speaker Miriam Fisher.
Good morning, everyone. Rhiannon Murphy. Online, I'm known as Rhiannon Justice. I'm a fundraiser and an artist, a native New Yorker. And last time I was here in March, I let you guys know that 587,000 New Yorkers are reporting they're paying $60 to $100 a week, as opposed to the $35 unlimited Omni card that was promised to them. Now, last week, I got on the BX 13 bus in the Bronx. I'm a Bronx resident, and 12 officers jumped on the bus, harassed all of us. It went viral on Instagram, 600,000 views, 40,000 New Yorkers talking about this because I already paid, and they refused to see my evidence. They saw my evidence and still kicked my husband and I off the bus. And there I was, another day walking up the hill, another day ripped off. You know that Omni and cubic transportation is a problem. My question is, New Yorkers are becoming impatient. We work hard for our money. We need results immediately. And this is looking like me sitting with senators with evidence about cubic transportation committing consumer fraud, and 3 other states have already filed lawsuits, including London. And if I have to meet with every senator in New York City, I will meet with them until you comply. We've already met with Governor Hochul's office, and her office knows about this and hasn't done anything. But it's up to all of you, the board members, to make a vote and decide immediately whether you can restore our unlimited Omni cards or not. As a New Yorker, you know we don't get transfers. You know it doesn't tell us our balance. You know this. My question is, by when will you handle it? Thank you.
The next speaker is virtual speaker Miriam Fisher, followed by virtual speaker Vincent Padula.
Good morning. Am I audible?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I wanted to speak firstly about elevator outages. We need announcements of subway elevator outages on the loudspeakers, on the trains, on the platforms, on digital displays, such as this one from Washington, D.C., which tells of an elevator outage at which station and a shuttle to the station that can move people further. We don't have that in New York City. Riders with disabilities get stranded for hours, can't get to work, appointments, need to call emergency medical services for being stranded, not for the use of EMS for important medical crises, which is what it was designed for. Second issue, bus stops. There are approximately 15,000 bus stops in New York City, but only 80% have shelters. 80% don't have shelters from the bad weather like snow, the extreme heat that we've been experiencing, the rain that we're expecting today. Better bus stops will attract more riders. I applaud the DOT for allocating $40 million for seats, which was announced some time ago, saying that seats are a human right. So are bus stops. Please consider the need for everyone to have a shelter at the bus stops. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is virtual speaker Vincent Padula, followed by Bella Sable.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent Padula. I'm a vision professional working with students who are blind and visually impaired and work for the United Federation of Teachers. And I want to say this is great to have this opportunity to speak. And so taxi authorizations are an issue. I have taxis from January of 2026, still have not received one reimbursement. Secondly, the issue I face is that when I take the time, and in one particular instance, on Sunday, I figured, I'm going to have a crazy mixed up day. So let me book in the borough taxis Monday and Tuesday. So I did it. Gentleman was very nice. Agent helped me, was able to book all my trips. And so Monday, everything went well. Monday night, I get home and my phone is blowing up because now all my trips were assigned to traditional service, broker service, actually. And so now I'm thinking all the times are wrong because it was like 7, 8 o'clock. So I couldn't even speak to an agent real time. So I called and said, what's going on? These were taxis. Oh, we have to review the tape. So back and forth, my evening was destroyed by constant, calls back. And finally, one supervisor graciously just said, okay, I'm just going to convert these because, you don't know what's going on. Come yesterday, I was running a little late. I go outside, and of course, my broker service vehicle was outside. So even when I went back and forth, and I was like, okay, at this point, it was raining. I was waiting for a cab to come, and I got into the vehicle. Needless to say, we picked up somebody else. The woman didn't know my service animal was in the vehicle. So service animals in a vehicle are an issue, especially when you send a tiny little car. These are issues. They shouldn't be pairing up people with service animals. Thank you again for your time. And again, tax authorizations are a great option. Just let's get them reimbursed quicker.
The next speaker is Bella Sable, followed by Lauren Shandovel.
Yes, hi. I'm here to talk about the bad taste ads on the buses and on the subways. I think that the MTA is spying on the vulnerable children. I mean, we should have a say as whatever, how the environment is in the trains and in the buses. And children of today have enough of a challenge with AI and all the bad, and everything that goes around. I mean, it's, all these adults know what I mean. I would say and recommend that we should establish like a committee of parents of all backgrounds, and they should agree and vote on the advertisements that appear in the trains. You know, the higher level people that agree to this ad, they never ride the train, they have their own drivers. How about Governor Hochul or the likes would come and sit, would she feel comfortable for children and grandchildren riding a train with this type of advertisements? This is about what I like to say. We need to feel comfortable the same way that the trains are clean and it's subject to other things that can harm us. The same, we should look at it that those advertisements are harmful for the children of our generation and for everybody. It's embarrassing for me to go and ride a train and have such a type of an ad above me. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lauren Shandovel, followed by Deborah Greif.
Good morning, board members. My name is Lauren Shandovel. I'm a senior campaign researcher with Jobs to Move America. We're a nonprofit advocacy group that works to ensure that our government spending helps fund good jobs and healthy communities. As the largest transit agency in North America, the MTA has tremendous power over the market for rail cars, buses, and other transportation equipment, and it can wield that power in service of creating an economy that works for all New Yorkers. In March, the MTA released a request for proposal, or RFP, for over 2,000 R262 subway cars, the largest subway car purchase in the agency's history. While we were pleased to see that the RFP claims to evaluate bidders on job quality, wages, and training, it does not detail how bidders will be evaluated or how the standards will be enforced in the final contract, nor does it require that this information be disclosable to the public, which would ensure transparency and accountability for a massive public investment. If we're going to give private companies billions of taxpayer and transit rider dollars every year, then we should at the very least hold these companies accountable to the agencies they contract with, the workers they employ, and the communities they serve. To that end, we're calling on the MTA to amend its RFP for R262 subway cars and include the U.S. Employment Plan, a policy tool that's been adopted by transit agencies in LA and Chicago to hold their contractors accountable to creating good local jobs. As the MTA continues to invest funds from its historic $68 billion capital program, future contracts, especially contracts involving large purchases, should also include a policy with clear evaluation, implementation, and disclosure mechanisms. This is an enormous opportunity not only to ensure a 21st century transit experience for millions of riders, but also to turn government investment into good jobs for New Yorkers. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Deborah Greif, followed by virtual speaker Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning, everybody. I want to wish everybody happy 8836. In my family, I'm a child of a person with disabilities. We were all proud of our disabilities, even if they were hidden, because it was just a part of us. I wish my mom was still alive because my mother, Bernice Greif, would be so happy and say thank you to all the divisions of the MTA for making accessible buses, the trains, ramps, the railroads. That made a big difference considering when she was born in 1932, there were only technically 2 or 3 stations that were elevated because in Washington Heights it was too deep. At Montague, Brooklyn Borough Hall stopped for the N and the R trains when it goes through the tunnel. You walked up a small set of stairs, but you still had an elevator. So we want to thank everybody because, like the previous speaker said, I'm not upset that I have a disability. It's just a part of me. I'm very proud to be chairperson of the Brooklyn Family Support Service Advisory Council that stands for families who have children with developmental disabilities who it's just a part of them, and they have the right to travel and go anywhere they will go to. One suggestion I wish we do need more disability etiquette training for the drivers, as well as train drivers and staff that work at the MTA. Many of them are catching on, but they still need more. They need to understand that when a walker or wheelchair comes on buses, we have the right to be placed. I'm not going to say please. It is my right, and I'm also a senior. So I have the right to request the seat because it's for safety. This isn't for vanity, it's for safety. Again, thank you, everyone. Happy 8836. Thank you.
Our next speaker is virtual speaker Charlton D'Souza, followed by Crispin Drakes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. We are having so many problems with Omni not taking change. The bus does not tell you the balance on your Omni card. The Omni machines are not giving receipts. People are being overcharged when they use 2 devices linked to the same account. And we need unlimited back for Omni. The fact that they were taken away in January is ridiculous. And we also need the promotional bus transfers back for the Queens bus redesign. How can we trust you with the Brooklyn bus redesign when you took our promotional transfers away with the redesign? And in many subway stations, there's only 1 or 2 Omni machines in the station. And if both of them break down, you now have to walk to another station. That is ridiculous. We are also having problems where you cannot go on the website unless you have it registered. If you do it with trip history, it doesn't show the particular bus route or station. We need that feature brought back with Omni. But again, we need the unlimiteds back with Omni. This is very important. Thousands and millions of commuters are getting ripped off by this system. I demand a full investigation into Omni, and the chairman and this board today should vote to bring back the unlimiteds. We need that because a lot of people, this is why fare evasion is happening, because people are not seeing the value in fares. And your fare inspectors are coming on the buses, targeting people, and they're treating people like criminals. That is wrong. And we, as a nonprofit at Passengers United, we have to look out for everyone. Normally, we're pro law enforcement, but I will say, our hearts go out to all these people that have been ripped off. Even I've had problems with my Omni card. I've been overcharged. When I called dispute resolution, there was nothing they could do. That
Please
is
conclude your
ridiculous.
remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Crispin Drakes, followed by Mr. X.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Crispin Drakes. I'm a United States Army veteran, and I worked as an MTA car inspector for 20 years. My union, TW Local 100, represents thousands of members who operate and maintain New York City subway cars. Together, we make sure that MTA jobs are good and safe jobs. Unfortunately, workers at some of the MTA contracted companies do not have the same protections we do. Many of these workers are non-union and dealing with unsafe, undignified conditions. In some cases, they work directly with MTA workers on the same jobs, making less money. These workers build the vehicles we all benefit from, and they deserve to be treated with respect. As the contracting agencies, the MTA should recognize the power it has to shape working conditions at these companies and wield that power on the behalf of the workers who can't do it themselves. You can start by adding the U.S. employment plan to your multi-billion-dollar RS-262 subway car contract, which currently has no language guaranteeing good jobs at the facilities building these cars. The time is now, before these contractors is awarded, to hold the winning bidder accountable to New York's labor standards. I call on the MTA to do the right thing and secure better conditions for the workers who make our city move. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Mr. X, followed by our final speaker, Chris Greif.
I made a mistake on Monday. I said it's been 9 months since I sent the Dimensional Railroad president an email letter. It's actually been 8 months. If I send him an email letter, I expect him to send me a response in a timely manner, not whenever the hell he gets around to it. I don't appreciate that. Either you're concerned about the riders or you're not. It's that simple. Okay, if you want to half step like Big Daddy Kane, that's on you. You want to dance like a rockhead? That's on you. You want to go both ways? That's on you. Now that we got that out of the way, as I stated 2 days ago, Fulton Street line, I told the MTA head, or should I say Joseph Biden Jr., at Court Street, which is now home to the Brooklyn Transit Museum, he needs to reopen the platform. Court Street, reopen the platforms, the tracks, reopen the tracks in between the stations, designate them for the Fulton Street local. Remove the subway train cars from Court Street Station and bring them to either the Coney Island or Inwood, aka Tour Social Yards, the both B Division yards. This way there are no delays on the ANC trains between Canal and Hoyt Streets. Unless and until he does that, they'll still be delayed, we'll still have problems, we'll still be back to square one. And we'll continue saying, here I go again, like the Force MDs. You understand what I'm saying?
Our final speaker today will be Chris Greif.
Good morning, everyone. Christopher D. Greif. Happy Disability Pride Month. But before I do anything, Paige, I'm going to miss you. I know my mother forgot to mention, but I want to say, Paige, I'm going to miss you because it was always a great honor. And I have to say, I will be really miss you very much. And I don't want to get emotional, so I'm trying to stay focused. I do want to thank the MTA for a fantastic MTA Capital presentation the other day. I love the way we mentioned the disability history. 36 years, we look now, how many stations are accessible? It's not just an elevator. It's not just, it's signages, getting the tracks up to date, the platforms up to date, and moving forward and getting things done. Our buses are getting up to date. It would be nice if DOT can work with us to fix the bus stops, but that's something we can pick on them later in the years as we continue advocating for the future of accessibility. And especially the railroads, you know, I see the Long Island Railroad using accessible reroutes. I mean, if a station is closed because they're fixing something, thank God. But last time I checked, and MTA Subway knows this too, if a train's bypassing a station, there is another station called an express accessible station to come back. Use optionals is the word we should be using. The optional means I have an option to take a bus to get to a station or call the CARES division. Accessibility is all over the MTA website. Let's use it. And regarding Omni, I think we all forgot that last time I checked, there's the app, but there's retail stores to check those out. So I have my option. If a machine is not working at the station, I go to CVS, Walgreens, and any store that has it. Part of that we all did is updating the accessibility. More accessibility is getting stronger each time we advocate the right and smart way. So to everyone, happy Disability Pride Month, happy ADA 36. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Lieber, that concludes our public comment session.
Okay. Thank you to public speakers. Thank you to everybody for joining this month's meeting. We're in the thick of the summer, but as folks, including our new board members, are seeing, things generally don't slow down around here. July is the month that we update the financial plan. So you're going to hear from Jay Patel, our CFO, in a few minutes, but I want to give you a preview of the top lines. Headline number one, for 2026, MTA's operating budget remains in balance. Under the governor's leadership, the MTA has regained its financial stability. The 4 years of balanced budgets that were promised when the governor came to the MTA's rescue in 2023 were achieved, thanks in large part to the $600 million in efficiency savings that we talked about at length last month. And I don't want to let that presentation go unnoticed. It's something that we are focused on every month. I'm really proud of the tremendous work that the operating agencies, and I see our railroad presidents and Demetrius Critchlow and Kathy Sheridan sitting over there, did to achieve that $600 million in recurring savings. And I'm very proud of the work that Strategic Initiatives did to lead all of us as we effectuated that. Headline number 2, deficits are starting to return in 2027. They're not huge at first, but they're increasing thanks to factors outside the MTA's control. We're as vulnerable as anyone to the relentless growth of healthcare costs and to geopolitical developments that are impacting the cost of fuel. And not for nothing, I just got to acknowledge there was a celebration from the podium of the progress that we've made on paratransit. It is extraordinary, but it also means that we are now routinely carrying 50,000 paratransit passengers a day, 1 million a month. And that has come because the cap of the city contribution is routinely exceeded now. It means that this MTA is getting hit with hundreds of millions of dollars of extra costs. You know, in effect, financially, we're being punished for doing a good job, and we have to deal with that. Headline number 3 is that the gap is only between our moderately growing revenues and our fast-growing costs reminds us, and it should remind policymakers, that we have a structural deficit problem. Mr. Zuckerman always calls attention to this. We are starting this discussion now, although this is a mid-year update, not the final budget, so that everybody who has a role to play in the MTA's policymaking, stakeholders, Albany, and so on, know exactly what's going on. The other big news this month is that our partnership with the City of New York is starting to transform bus service. We got a long way to go, but wow, what progress in a short time. Together with the governor and the mayor, we released that Next Stop action plan a few weeks ago. After years of going it alone, the MTA has real partners at City Hall. The city, led by DOT Commissioner Mike Flynn, who came by our committee meetings on Monday. The city's finally starting to follow through on the long overdue commitments to build dedicated bus lanes and other bus-related infrastructure at Fordham Road, and we're looking forward to what's being promised for many key corridors around the city. And we can't forget about it, to ramp up enforcement to keep the streets moving. There are many places, all the good progress that we make on many segments of our bus network can be blocked by a bottleneck in one location, and that's where you really need enforcement. Listen, this kind of progress is what happens when the city, the state, and the MTA get on the same page, and it goes beyond just DOT. We had 2 big storms in the last few weeks that had us working very closely with city DEP. I'm looking at Jamie and the C&D team. We use those storms both, operationally, the way transit responds to them to minimize the impact, but also to learn where there are vulnerabilities in the system, where the water's getting in, where there are additional barriers needed. The city DEP is being a good partner as well, although there is a long way to go in terms of the city's stormwater capacity and the infrastructure work that needs to be done to keep water off of the sidewalks so it doesn't go down the stairways and doesn't go down the vents and turns into those social media cascades that everybody sees. So more work to be done. This month, we also had some good news from the City Council. The members voted to approve the major transit-oriented development project on MTA-owned land at Monitor Point in Greenpoint. This TOD project is going to deliver more than 1,000 housing units, half of them affordable and for seniors, while also funding transit upgrades like the ADA project at the Nassau Avenue G train station and a new turnkey MTA facility in the North Brooklyn Industrial Business Zone. That project has been a work in progress for many, many moons, and again, tip of the hat to the folks at C&D who brought it over the finish line, along obviously with the political world and the city of New York. There's a ton of capital work underway this summer, keeping us all busy. On Monday, I think folks saw that we had laid the last bit of track for the Park Avenue Viaduct project. This is the almost 2-mile-long elevated structure in Harlem that 98% of Metro-North trains use to get in and out of Grand Central. It had components dating back to the 1930s, all of them gone now. Major structural replacement work was finished 60 months ahead of schedule, 5 years ahead of schedule, and $195 million under the original budget. Since 2023, crews have replaced almost 200 bridge structures and laid more than 12,000 feet of track, all of them without delaying a single train. This was a total triumph, thanks in no small part to that consolidation of construction operations that we did a few years ago, where we moved all the capital work under the C&D umbrella. The old model, folks, I was there when we were starting to do it, and it has taken a while, but Jamie has accomplished amazing stuff. The old model, when we had 5 or 6 separate construction outfits, and we were fully designing projects, which were then procured by rip and read, low bid procurement, that could never have produced this kind of a result. Contractors were incentivized to bid low, but to make it up in change orders. It's not a secret how the system worked. And there was no incentive for the kind of innovation that you saw on this project. This project, all those cost savings and time savings were because of innovation, without getting too detailed, of utilizing that gantry system that enabled them to do mega work and to just basically drop in huge sections that were manufactured off-site. So huge congrats to Jamie, to Justin, and to the teams who did that extraordinary project. Folks know we also opened the brand new Yaphank station out on Long Island. More than a facelift, we actually relocated the station 3 miles away to be closer to Brookhaven National Labs and all the growing economic activity over there. Brookhaven is a huge job generator for Suffolk County, and it's a major national research facility, but they were having trouble getting scientists to choose to work there, because inevitably they have a spouse or who works in the city, and they didn't have any real service until we started running that reverse commute service that is now part of it. And now we're taking the additional step of bringing the station that much closer to them. And tomorrow, heads up, I'll be in Brooklyn at the Avenue H station to talk about the IBX. The project's in active development. As folks know, we're in the middle of design, and the environmental impact studies underway and on track to be completed by the end of this year. We're hosting pop-up outreach events through September, where we are asking future IBX riders about their priorities for the new service, which folks are incredibly excited about. But here's one piece of news. Every station along the 14-mile route will be ADA accessible, every one. And as I learned last week, each of the 17 connections to other subway lines that they're overlapping with is also going to be made accessible. Total accessibility from the day that system opens. Now, until we can say the same for the 490-plus stations in today's subway system, we're going to have to keep adding new stations to the accessibility map. My standard liner is, I want the accessibility map, which you can now get on the MTA app by pushing a button, to be the same as the map for everybody else. This is a year-round passion for the MTA, not just during Disability Pride Month. Last week, you saw we opened new elevators and unveiled some important station upgrades at Borough Hall, the beating heart of a residential area that's also Brooklyn's Civic Center. And the 57th Street F&M station has also been made accessible thanks to zoning for accessibility adopted by the City of New York a couple of years ago. Tip of the hat to our colleague Dan Garodnick. And by the way, going off topic, as you heard on Monday, the FM swap has actually made a difference to reducing delays by reducing those crossing maneuvers that were causing delays and to speeding service. And folks at Roosevelt Island are for the first time in a long time having trains that don't arrive completely packed in the station in the AM peak. So it has been that move, Demetrius pioneered that, has been a really great success as well. On Long Island Railroad, back to accessibility, with 2 new elevators having opened at Locust Manor today, we are just 6 stations away from having full accessibility on the Long Island Railroad. 6 of 126 left to go, and we're going to get there in the next capital program. This month, we also announced that congestion pricing revenues will fund ADA upgrades at another 5 Brooklyn subway stations. And here's a piece of news. I'm excited to announce today another milestone in our march towards full accessibility, the settlement of a long, lingering lawsuit with the disability community. Regular participants and viewers of these meetings will recall hearing folks over the years discuss this in the public comment period. But over time, as elevator availability, which is what, Q, at 97 to 98% every month now? As availability has improved, the issues in that dispute narrowed, just down to the question of how we are informing customers of long-term elevator outages. That's just when we have to replace an elevator, which we actually have caught up to doing in terms of state of good repair. We were able to find common ground with our disability activist colleagues, partly by the MTA promising to continue doing a lot of what we're doing already now. So I have to congratulate the team at Transit and the MTA customer service team, Shanifa, that has made all this progress, and also to Q, Quimel, and Rachel, and the rest of the MTA accessibility team. We're going to be holding a short signing ceremony at the end of this board meeting to mark this important milestone with the folks who were the plaintiffs in that lawsuit, but now have put it to bed with us. I'm glad that we are, putting to bed again the whole history of disputes, and I really do hope that we can continue to achieve great things for disability, but more through collaboration and hopefully a little bit less litigation. So, as you can imagine, General Counsel Paige Graves has played a huge role in this case, and in so many others as the head of MTA's legal department. Not a secret that Paige is stepping down after 4 years of major accomplishments. It is hard to imagine a more challenging tenure with the legal battles over congestion pricing, the never-ending fights with the feds about funding, and, as I just explained, multiple milestone settlements that we have achieved with the disability community, not to mention having to clean up my frequent violations of Robert's Rules of Order at these meetings. Paige, I got to say thank you for everything you have contributed to the MTA during your 14 years at the agency, both the hard work and the friendship. You are, and always will be, a treasured member of the MTA family. So with that, all right, now I'm sure I'm going to commit a Robert's Rules of Order violation.
The quorum.
I need the quorum. Okay, always that. I'm going to invite board members if they want to add on now that I've got the lump in my throat under control. Anybody who else wants to say a few words about Paige? This is the way we sometimes handle it. Didn't give anyone a heads up, but it'll come momentarily. Let's hear about the July financial plan, and then we'll come back to what I know now, having surprised the board with that request. Will be some comments about it. Thanks. Passing it around? Yeah, thanks. Coming around. Hard copies coming around.
Passing around hard copies of the slides. I know sometimes they're hard to see on the screen. Thank you, Jen. You're The MTA remains on a strong financial foundation we've worked hard to build over the past several years when Governor Hochul and the legislature provided additional funding to fill the budget gap left by the dramatic drop in fare box revenue during COVID. The MTA did its part by committing and delivering the $500 million in operating efficiencies, which was 25% of the total deficits we faced at the time. In fact, we've committed to another $250 million in operating efficiencies through the end of this plan. And as the chair said, we delivered balanced budgets from 2023 and through 2026 as we projected when solving for our fiscal cliff. We knew that 2027 would start to have small deficits again due to the structural cost pressures that continue to shape our long-term financial outlook. But before I get into the details, I wanted to make sure board members understood that the July financial plan is an outlook through 2030. It provides a mid-year update to the financial plan that the board adopted in December. It incorporates actual financial results to the first 6 months of 2026 and updates our revenue and expenses forecast for the balance of this year and the out years. It also serves as the foundation for the development of the 2027 preliminary budget. While it provides a solid forecast for 26, we'll continue refining that outlook through the November financial plan before returning in December with the proposed 2027 final budget that requires board approval. The July plan is just for information. The board has no action today. We expect you to review the financial plan through the summer, come back in September and October with any questions, and then in November we'll do a final proposal. So let's kick off just reviewing 2026 results. For 2026, for the first half, even though we've had a challenging first half that included severe weather, higher electric power and fuel prices, and continued economic uncertainty, we remain on track to deliver another balanced year. Through the first 6 months of 2026, revenues are favorable by $185 million. Total fare box is $30 million below budget. That's primarily due to the subway and bus fare box revenue. However, strong ridership on our commuter rails is helping offset that decrease. Bridges and tunnel revenue is also performing close to the plan, slightly a little off by $10 million because of gas prices, we think. And dedicated tax receipts are running 4% above forecast, reflecting the first quarter corporate profit and bonuses that were high earlier. On the expense side, we're managing expenses effectively while maintaining expanding service. We are $147 million favorable to budget and are on track to deliver more than the $576 million in operating efficiencies this year. Overall, we're net positive $300 million. These results reflect the disciplined financial management of our operating agencies. Thank you to the presidents and the chiefs for helping us with that. One of the key reasons we've been able to maintain strong financial position is our continued focus on delivering operating efficiencies. Between 2023 and 2025, the MTA achieved $500 million in recurring annual savings. We're building on that foundation in 26 and are on track to deliver more than $576 million in annual operating efficiency, exceeding this year's target. Looking ahead, the financial plan increases our savings targets by 2029 to $250 million in recurring annual savings, making our total $750 million. I'm happy to report that we've already identified $74 million of those savings needed to achieve the 2027 target through initiatives such as automating passenger accounting, improved maintenance productivity, optimizing onboard staffing, and reducing bus collisions. Again, this progress didn't happen by accident. This reflects years of disciplined management by our operating presidents and their teams who have consistently found better ways to operate while continuing to improve service for our customers. These are permanent efficiencies, not one-time reductions. They've enabled us to expand service while serving more than 6 million customers on an everyday basis. While the previous slide highlighted the progress we've made managing costs within our control, this slide shows that despite that progress, structural budget gaps reemerge over the financial plan. The July financial plan remains balanced in 2026, but projects budget deficits of approximately $295 million in 2027, $507 million in 2028, $707 million in 2029, and almost $1 billion in 2030. That's 800 more than what we discussed in November. These gaps are driven primarily by the addition of the one-year labor pattern of 3.8% that was negotiated with the Long Island Railroad, and structural cost pressures, including health benefits, workers' compensation, public liability claims, paratransit, electric power, and fuel, which continue to grow faster than inflation and our recurring revenues. In fact, excluding these structural categories, the authority's remaining operating costs are growing at or below the rate of inflation. That's a significant achievement for the largest and busiest public transit system in North America. This is why we've been able to maintain the financial stability we've worked hard to build while continuing to expand service. I want to highlight that operating efficiencies, while essential, cannot fully offset the long-term structural cost growth. Addressing those pressures will require broader, long-term solutions beyond the efficiencies the MTA can deliver on its own. So let's talk about where the cost growth is concentrated. This picture is actually quite clear. A relatively small number of expense categories account for the majority of MTA's long-term expense growth. Between 2019 to 2030, health benefit costs for current employees and retirees are each projected to increase more than 100%. That's almost 10% a year, while paratransit costs grow by 135% between these 11 years. In fact, paratransit costs represent roughly 20% of the total bus operating budget, while carrying only 2.5% of the total bus ridership. Together, these structural cost drivers are projected to increase 93% over the period, or 8.5% a year, while all other operating expenses are projected to increase just 40% over the same time period. That's about 3.6% annually, which includes labor and debt service cost. This is an important distinction. It demonstrates that long-term cost growth is concentrated in a key number of rapid growth areas, not across the MTA's operating budget. Understanding that distinction is critical because these categories are primarily driven by underlying economic, contractual, and service delivery factors, making them fundamentally different from the day-to-day operating costs that management can improve through efficiencies. Let's compare that to revenues. Our basket of revenue sources simply do not keep pace with the uncontrollable expenses. Fare box and toll revenues increase 2% a year, whereas dedicated taxes increase anywhere between 3 and 4%. So if you look at the uncontrollable top line here, that $5 billion represents our total fare box revenue, which on an annual basis grows 2%, while this 93% rapid growth over that area, over that total, is 8.5%. You just can't make up that growth in revenue on the fare box side. Labor is one of MTA's largest operating expenses, making wage assumptions particularly important to the plan. As this chart shows, recent labor settlements have generally exceeded the pace of fare increases, which themselves have remained below broader consumer inflation. The July plan assumes 2% annual wage increases for future unsettled labor agreements, tied to the 4% increases in fares every 2 years. Even with those assumptions, by 2030, the gap is roughly 11%. If future labor settlements exceed those assumptions without corresponding productivity improvements or other offsets, they would further widen that structural deficit reflected in this plan and require additional actions to maintain long-term financial balance. Farebox revenue continues its steady recovery as ridership returns. However, will only continue to contribute 26% of total revenue rather than the nearly 40% it accounted for pre-pandemic. For 2026, overall farebox revenue is at 85% recovery rate, which is about 80% of total ridership, meeting our original projections that we had set back in 2023. Full recovery of revenue will take over 10 years to achieve due to the pandemic. That's with fare increases. It's encouraging that the growth is occurring across all our operating agencies when you see the growth in these boxes. Onto the preliminary 2027 budget, which is $22.8 billion. This chart shows where the money is coming from and where the dollars are invested. Overall, our revenue base remains diversified. Dedicated taxes represent 43% of revenues. Fares represent 26%. Tolls represent 12%. That diversity strengthens our financial foundation and reduces our reliance on any single revenue source. On the expense side, you've heard me say this before, nearly 60% of the budget supports our workforce of 70,000 employees, while another 14% funds debt service that finances the capital investments needed to keep the system safe, reliable, and in a state of good repair. When you exclude debt service from this chart, 70% of our costs go to labor. I want to highlight several key assumptions that underpin the July financial plan. These assumptions are embedded throughout our forecast and are important to understanding our financial outlook. First, as previously mentioned, the plan continues to assume the board's longstanding policy of 4% fare and toll adjustments in 2027 and 2029. Second, incorporates anticipated revenues from the new downstate casino that opened, which represents an important new funding source for the MTA. We anticipate $140 million annually from the one casino that is currently open. Third, the plan assumes that fuel and electric power prices begin to stabilize in 2028, following the higher levels experienced in recent years. By stabilization, I mean about 3% annual growth after 2028. Finally, the plan assumes continuation of the statutory framework under which New York City funds 80% of eligible paratransit costs beyond 2027. As paratransit demand continues to grow, maintaining that partnership will remain important to MTA's long-term financial stability. It's important to note that extending this reimbursement framework beyond 2027 will require state legislation.
Are we assuming that the cap gets removed? So that's just an important point, is that right now, a lot of the growth is in the paratransit costs for the MTA is because at the high levels of ridership that we have achieved, the city's contribution is capped. And so it all comes out of the MTA's budget. And you're assuming that there's statutory action next year to eliminate that cap, right? That's a significant legislative issue.
Correct.
Go ahead. Assumes that is achieved, so that's a positive assumption that is a risk in effect.
Yes, yeah. It's on the risk page, and I'll go through that as well. Some of the risks to the financial plan, the most significant external risk remains the economy as the first one. A weaker regional economy or a slower recovering commercial real estate could reduce dedicated tax revenues by approximately $300 million to $600 million on an annual basis. On the expense side, we assume 2% wage increases for unsettled labor settlements. Every 1% increase above the 2% would increase our recurring annual operating costs by approximately $100 million. And that gets compounded with every increase in a financial plan. Again, the plan assumes continuation of the statutory framework under which New York City funds 80% of eligible paratransit costs beyond 2027. It's uncapped As we said, currently the legislation is 50% plus $165 million, which makes it less than 80%. But our financial plan in 28 starts with this 80% straight net deficit contribution. If that doesn't occur, the financial impact to the MTA's budget is about $300 million on an annual basis and grows as the customer base and costs grow in paratransit. As I mentioned, the plan also incorporates the revenues from the downstate casino. If it's lower than anticipated revenues or delays in casino openings, that would further reduce our expected revenue. These are principal variables that could change the outlook reflected in this plan. As always, we'll continue to monitor the risk closely and update our forecast. And finally, let's talk about the 4 key takeaways from the presentation. First, the MTA remains on a strong financial footing and is on track to deliver another balanced year. This is a direct result of strong financial management and the continued support of the governor and our governmental partners and this board. Second, management continues to improve efficiency while maintaining and expanding service. Our operating presidents and their teams have delivered more than $500 million in recurring operating efficiencies with a clear path to $750 million annually by 2029. Third, we're committed to working on solutions to address the 2027 deficit, which will be presented in November. Finally, maintaining the MTA's long-term financial strength will require continued management discipline, operating efficiencies, and collaboration to address these structural funding challenges. That concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you to Jay, and thank you for all the work that not just went into this, producing this, but to put us in a position where we're able to say that for the 4th year in a row we're balanced and continuing to address the financial challenges that came out of COVID. Questions, comments, Mr. Chu, followed by Mr. Albert, Mr. Gorodnik. Yes, go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead, yeah.
We made a quick transition, so I will, I'll violate whatever rules and say, Paige, we're, of course miss your intellect and all your contributions, but we'll primarily miss your humor. I think we're all waiting to comment because we expected a cake, a fudgy the well or something, but we could see clearly that Jay canceled the cake. That was the first step towards sustainability in 2027. I think it's, we have this conversation and we know, I've been around labor negotiations a long time, so, generally once these things are settled, you move on, and I'm glad that we put that behind us, but I think there were really some important conversations had during our recent, labor dispute that need to really carry over into this. And certainly, I'm the last person that's ever going to say that, all of our workforce doesn't deserve to get, what's coming to them and get paid fairly. And I'm just going to echo what I said, a couple months ago, in that, we would never expect our workforce that goes out and runs the system every day to bear the responsibility of this. It doesn't mean, they aren't affected this and shouldn't be responsible to it in some way, shape, or form, and they shouldn't. We're all responsible to this. And I think that, this is a picture of, even with the best and most optimistic outlook on this, if you just look at the risks and, some of the assumptions, the likelihood of us getting favorable outcomes on every single one of those assumptions, I think history would tell us is, a very precarious wish to have. So I also, think it's not too soon to be starting the narrative that, we have proven this system. Now we have history on our side to demonstrate that the MTA made a lot of decisions that weren't necessarily popular, but have kept us a much, much stronger system in comparison to all of the other transit agencies around the country who still have not figured out how to recover from the pandemic. And I think a big part of that is, we cannot start too soon in having the conversations that, this is everyone has to pitch in. We don't operate in a vacuum. We don't operate in a bubble. And, if the MTA, has issues. It affects us regionally. Like if we're looking at the economic factors, a big part of us not having an economic dip is us continuing to operate effectively and efficiently. So I just said a lot of things, but I think my overall point is we need to be vigilant. Like we can't, just because we're looking like we could get through to 2027 and hope, and there's some assumptions that might get us through. It's not, we can't start a moment too soon to start making sure that in every single one of these elements, we start making sure people know they have to be prepared to contribute to helping us, avoid that big red, what was it, 897 million? Did I have that right? We have to start that work now to make sure we don't get there.
Yeah. Mr. Aller.
So I'm going to do what Sam just did and thank Paige for everything she's done for us. A few years ago, I made up a fictional law firm for everybody who had S on the end of their name. So I had Wiles, Willans, and Graves, attorneys at law, and we've lost Wiles and Willans, and now we're losing Graves. So that law firm is going to be dissolved. But best of luck wherever you end up, Paige, and you've been really helpful on a lot of issues. So thank you so much. Jay, looking through all of these papers and listening to your commentary, I don't see where you address getting a better handle on fare evasion. Where does that feature in this?
Sure. So what we've done in our financial projections for the fare box revenue slide, if you look at that, we've actually incorporated some increases and some revenue trends that would increase. We've been working very closely with President Critchlow to talk about fare evasion, and we've made good improvements on the fare evasion side, but we have a long ways to go. We've seen our bus fare evasion sort of stabilize at this 50%, and the commentary at finance that we had was that the conversation about free is impacting our customers paying and the revenue we're collecting on the bus side. For the first 6 months on the bus side, we've seen that it is not meeting our anticipated financial forecast. So we've reduced 2026, but we still anticipate in 2027 recovery. So we're working towards that, betterment of fare collection.
Are you also?
Can I
I'm
just
sorry.
interrupt?
Go ahead, Jim.
Listen, this is super important. So let me just highlight a couple of things. One, we saw negative trends on subway fare evasion. We formed a pretty distinguished commission, panel. They gave us some recommendations. We implemented them, and a lot of other stuff. And we have stabilized subway fare evasion at roughly 10%. I'm not, cheering from the rooftops, but that's a lot. That's better. That's about a 30+ % reduction from where it was headed at one point a couple of years ago. So measures that we have taken have worked in the subway environment. We are in the process of taking actions. The bus fare environment is more complicated because it's more disparate and there's no turnstile in effect. So and we don't want the fare process to slow down buses. So we're taking a lot of action, getting ready for the bus fare evasion. Bus fare payment system that's a little different. It's a little more like what you see in Europe. Everyone who's been to a European city has had that experience of being asked to validate that you paid. And I think we will make progress, but it's not time to start projecting how quickly that change is going to be achieved, Andrew.
Okay.
We have to get to implementation and get it going.
To that end, will we be getting a report on the 3 manufacturers' subway fare gates and how they're faring?
Well, let me just tell you, sort of, Jamie can comment on this, but each of them has the 3 different. What you're talking about is we did pilot implementation installation of the new fare gates at 20 locations, right, Jamie? And and without being absolutely sure, because there's some variation in frankly our own cameras that are validating what the fare payment the manufacturers are telling us, but it looks like we have reduced fare evasion at those locations down to between say 3% and 6%. And so it has been a measurable decrease of fare evasion at those stations. But I have to caveat it by saying a determined fare evader, because it wasn't every entrance in every station, a determined fare evader might choose to go to another entrance. So we're not using that data to declare that these particular gates are going to reduce subway fare evasion across the board by 40%, but it appears that they are having significant impact on fare evasion at the locations where they've been installed. Jamie.
That's right, Chair. We are seeing that level of reduction. It is pretty consistent. As a result of that, we're proceeding in the next phase. The three vendors, they have passed our tests, which we in transit have been implementing very aggressively. So they have effectively pre-qualified, and so we're moving forward with a further solicitation. To Jano's point, the next set that we do, which is the ones that we're going to do toward the end of this year, we're doing full stations, so that the option of going to another fare array just isn't there for somebody getting on the train at that station.
Okay, Mr. Garodnik.
Thank you very much. And thanks for that presentation. It's very clear, and the overall operating efficiencies, I think, just need to be recognized as incredibly impressive and really important, especially seeing where we're headed with some non-controllable expenses and some deficits down the line. I have just a few questions, which I think perhaps get increasingly complicated as I go. The first one is, on page 2, you noted the fare box revenue was just down, below budget by 1%. That's not too much of a difference, but is there any theory as to what that's about?
Sure. I think on the subways and buses, during January and February, those winter storms affected the revenues on those sort of 2 to 3 days on each storm. So we've seen that drop in January and February, but on the buses, we're seeing a little bit more pronounced reduction in collections versus budget, and I think that's due to the fare evasion.
Okay, so even less than what we projected.
We projected
last year we would make some more progress on bus fare evasion than we have, and it's, as Jay said, it has gone a little bit in the wrong direction, and it's time for us to move forward with the new fare payment model that we are anticipating.
Okay. On page 5, talking about the uncontrollable cost growth, one of the items on here, it's not the biggest, was claims. That's legal claims we're talking about? Okay, and that's something that you, Mr. Chairman, have talked about in the past, about how the MTA is a target when somebody's looking to file something. This estimates 26% increase from 2019 to 2030. Is there anything in recent state law changes that affects that number, or anything else that we look at and think that we could do to help make this not an uncontrollable, or we know that it's going to happen, I suppose, but is there a way to reduce the estimate of the increase here?
Okay, so a little of this goes to one of Paige's accomplishments, although it's still a work in progress. Number one, doubling back, the auto insurance statutory changes that the governor pressed for successfully in this last legislative session could and should reduce the impact of claims, which are principally directed at our buses for bus collisions, or more frequently, or rather frequently, when the buses aren't actually in the middle of the collisions but are within a half a mile, and because of the way that the tort law system works, they get brought in by the billboard lawyers. So we're hoping that what the governor did is going to have this year on auto insurance has a beneficial effect to the MTA, the amount of claims that we have to pay out. The second is what Paige and everybody has set in motion to how to more aggressively manage torts in general, the tort claims in general. Do you want to talk about that at all? Sure.
Sure. The legal department has been focused on restructuring our torts unit and implementing technology that would better help with the billing of our outside counsel. We've automated that, as well as implementing a case management system that would allow us to track the claims and process the claims in a more efficient and timely manner. We have been hiring and employing more lawyers to focus on processing the claims and the cases more effectively. And we recently, which the board had approved, hired more outside counsel, a better panel of outside counsel. We were faced with some outside counsel firms who frankly weren't being paid enough, so they were refusing to take our cases. So we employed a better panel of attorneys that will focus on our cases from the beginning to the end and give more and better results. And also working with the finance team, doing a better job of reserving our claims and accounting for them. So we put all of that in motion, which we hope to see, all of you will see the results in the future.
And I just say, as not to get too technical, but it also is improving our evidence collection so that you can resist these claims more effectively at early stages. You know, we have a ton of cameras out there in the system, but we have to be, I think, 5% more effective at making sure we secure that evidence, because otherwise the evidence will not be available in 3 years, because not all the visual data can be kept online. So part of it is securing the evidence more effectively to fight the claims as we go on.
I would add, as we do all these, those should yield results into our numbers, and the actuaries would hopefully ask us to reserve less. These are reserve numbers that we are required to do by actuary results, right, because of the open claims and the claims that are potentially going to be added every year. And so that should yield longer-term savings.
Okay, thank you. Does the 26% change, is that factor in the recent changes to state law, or is it assuming that the state law had never happened?
We did not make any adjustments for the state law change, because
so it could be better. So it could be potentially better.
It really comes down to what Jay just said, which is, what do the actuarial professionals say you have to reserve to account for those claims? And we're not assuming that they suddenly give us a more clean bill of health. We've gotten upgrades on our bonds, but we're not yet assuming we get upgrades on what the professionals say we're doing on claims.
Okay. On paratransit, obviously significant increase there based on usage, which is great to see. There are a lot of operating efficiencies that have been identified. I think $500 million a year was the number that you cited. Of the $500 million, what of those have been achieved in the paratransit category?
Sure, I'll let Rachel expand, but I'll start. A couple of things that I can identify is that we've moved a lot more customers to using the AAR app online, so they'll make reservations online rather than call the customer service center and use a customer representative to make their booking for their trip. That's saved the MTA and New York City, right, funding, because we cost share those savings across that. And then I'll let Rachel go into any other that she wants to identify.
Sure. So we've done a number of things to manage the cost per trip on paratransit. So the increase in expenses is all driven by ridership growth, right? Our cost per trip is actually flat over time, even against inflation. It's, as Jay mentioned, right, the success increasing customer adoption of the app. So we've maintained actually a flat call center budget over the last several years. So there's cost avoidance there, as well as the growth of our broker program. So by putting a majority of our trips on taxi and for-hire vehicles, we're able to manage our transportation costs per trip as well. The last thing I'd mention is that we've done a lot of work to increase the productivity of our schedule. So our dedicated carrier vehicles, right, the blue and gold paratransit vans, are able to complete more trips in the same amount of time, greater productivity, right, also drives down cost per trip.
Are there more opportunities in the 20, 27, 28, 29 years for more efficiencies in paratransit? What is anticipated? Obviously, I'm asking this in anticipation of what I also will ask about in a moment about potential legislative changes. But what else is on the pike for efficiency on paratransit?
So I think the major piece is we're currently working to rebuild our scheduling and dispatching engine. We've been operating for many years on what's now a relatively outdated and static scheduling platform. We started a project last year to upgrade to a new technology system, and that will allow us to further increase the productivity of the service that we put out, right, and further manage the cost per trip.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And then just
clear, there are contrary cost pressures as well in paratransit. Keeping the we call them the brokers, but basically it's the for-hire vehicle companies who provide this alternative and actually more popular version of Access-a-Ride than the big vans. To get those drivers the cost of those trips are a little less than a big van, right, Dan? But to get those drivers to accept our trips, we've had to, over time, gradually have a little bit of surcharge that we're paying a little more for those trips. Otherwise, they refuse our trips and they go for a regular customer that they may make more money on. So that is one of the contrary pressures on paratransit, even as we're looking for efficiencies.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And on the risks page, page 10 here, on paratransit, Jay, you had noted that the contribution of the city today is 50% plus $165 million, and just so without weighing in on the issue, just so it's clear, the proposed statutory change would have an uncapped 80% contribution from the city.
Correct.
That is what is contemplated by the MTA here, and that, if it does not happen, would create a $300 million risk to the MTA, and conversely, a $300 million obligation to the city. Is that accurate? I mean, that's the difference. The money is going to be paid for either by MTA or by the city. So $300 million risk to the MTA if it doesn't happen, and $300 million risk to the city if it does.
Correct,
Okay.
because starting July 1st of 2027, the legislation reverts to a 50% contribution from the MTA and New York City. And if that the city is on their financial plan carrying 50% of contribution to the MTA. So you're absolutely right. If we take the $300 million on our books, they have to lessen it, or vice versa.
Okay. Last question is on the casino gaming. You noted that there's $140 million anticipated from the one active casino.
Correct.
Why is there a potential risk of exactly that same amount of $140 million? I didn't understand why that would be that precise amount.
Sure. So maybe I'll go into the methodology. As you know, the one casino opened in late April. We've only seen about 2 months of collections of revenue on their books through the website of Gaming Commission. And so we've estimated that based on their 2 months of generation for their table games and slot machines, that we would get X percent after the education fund is first provided, right? Because first the revenue will go to education, because currently they operate, and so they contribute to the New York City Education Fund, and so then the remaining funds go to the MTA. Based on that formula, we think it's about $140 million, but we have not received anything yet from the Gaming Commission on this revenue. So that's why it's a risk, is that if our projection is incorrect, the 140 could be lower.
I see. Okay, and this is clearly an actuarial thing.
Yes.
That we're projecting $140 million. We know that some amount
Yes.
will actually come to the MTA, which means that the actual risk is not
The total,
$140 million total. It is somewhere between zero
Yes,
and
correct.
$140 million, but we book it here as $140 million.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you. I'll do the same as Sammy and include my thanks for Paige at the top. Paige, I've worked with a lot of GCs and a lot of different kinds of industries, and there's really one thing that separates the constructive ones from the obstructive ones, and that's a GC who says, let's figure out how we can do something, as opposed to many GCs that say why we should not do something. And you're certainly in the former category, not the latter. So thank you for your commitment, your dedication, and as Sammy also said, your humor. So thank you for that. Jay, one of the speakers said they missed Bob Foran's voice. He does have a mellifluous voice, I agree, but you've got your own voice. It's strong, it's clear, and your skill in doing the analytics as well as answering the questions of the board and the public are outstanding. So we're very lucky you were chosen, and you keep doing a phenomenal job. So thank you. I just want to bring up 3 issues that I think are relevant to reframe after I thought Dan's very good specific questions. The first is that we are now seeing the pernicious effects of inflation, in part and probably most driven by the chaotic and confusing and generally destructive behavior of the federal government. We can't figure out what's happening, and so markets can't figure it out, and prices drive, and that has all kinds of effects on wages, people's willingness to spend, et cetera. So I don't want to say it's not something we can control, but certainly inflation is a big primary driver of this. The second is, despite the questions and the thoughtful attack on operational efficiencies, you cannot cut your way to fiscal stability. I'm sorry. I know we're doing, and thank you, operating agency president, you're doing a great deal of the work to demonstrate we care and we can do some of the load, but we cannot do all of it. You cannot cut your way to growth. You cannot cut your way to fiscal stability. I think, as Rachel said, the paratransit one, for example, is the growth of the service. We're not going to drive down the cost of the trips to zero. It's still going to cost a lot more than a subway ride. And so cutting, yes, we got to do our part, but you can't cut your way to growth. The third is, and I say this to the public, we have very few, we the MTA, we have very few direct levers on the revenue side to drive fiscal stability. We have extremely thoughtful, reasonable, modest, below inflation revenue growth on the fare increase. Unless we decide to drive fares up dramatically, which this is not New Jersey, this is not Connecticut, we're not going to do that. But it's the only lever we really have on the top line. We're not going to charge you a lot more to do anything else. That's all we can do is raise the fares and raise the tolls. So I think the last point I want to make is we are therefore open, begging for the consistent leadership we've had from the governor, who has been extraordinary. I heard Jeanette say this earlier today. We have not had a governor who is committed to transit ever like this before, and she has shown it time and time again, and we'll need her leadership a third time because this yawning gap is meaningful. And Jay, the one thing I'd ask us to do it could be private, it could be in our November plan. I would like to see a version of the red chart. I'd like to see a version of the red chart with all the risks quantified, because I think it's important to see, because I think, as Dan asked, like, some of these things are actually not, they're not high risk. Some of these are kind of low risk, meaning there's a good chance some of these things happen. So I'd like to see a more dramatic version, because that may be actually the reality we enter into. And our partners, the governor and we, will need help with our partners in the legislature and in the city to understand what we need to do. So thank you very much for all your work.
Okay. Anybody wish to, Mr. Brinkman?
Okay. I think by now Paige knows she's great, so I'll just pass on that. I'm old and I don't get a lot of things, so if someone could just explain to me the definition of optimizing onboard staffing. Can you give me an example of that, or what you mean by that expression?
Sure, that is a Long Island Railroad initiative. We're looking to make sure that the staffing levels that are on board our trains are the required number of conductors and assistant conductors. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Rob. And that's where that initiative is from.
Jerry, you may remember recently we voted on extending a contract with Hastis, I believe it is, to formalize and digitize the way we schedule crews into a more modern fashion. With the introduction of Grand Central Madison, it added a lot of complexity to our crew book. And we've begun to do so, and we're actually seeing significant savings already in crews, looking at time that they're actually on board a train in revenue service as opposed to deadheading or meal periods or downtime. We're trying to optimize the amount of time they're actually working on a train and looking at overtime within the crew book, and we actually been minimizing it as well. So we're making significant progress in that avenue already, and that helps.
Oh, no, that's gives me a lot of clarity. Thanks, Rob. And that's excellent, by the way.
Okay. I think we've covered that. Just thank you again to Jay for, and your team for all the work that went into this. But this is an interim report. Come the fall, we'll be looking at the 2027 and the 5-year plan that will start to address some of these challenges and needs to address some of these challenges. So stay tuned. Okay. Disability Pride Month. We've heard about it from the podium a lot. I'm going to turn it over to Q and to Rachel to talk a little bit about where we are in this journey towards full accessibility.
Thank you so much, Dano. Sitting here, I cannot help but think about how far we've come since we've been here, Dano. On 5.5 years ago, this was not the MTA that the public was accustomed to. And today, with the settlement that you just mentioned, I'm reminded of how this settlement and the last settlement that we celebrated in this very boardroom were longstanding complaints that came before you and I were ever here. These are 9 years old complaints, talking to an MTA that did not listen to the community, talking to an MTA that was not responsive to the needs of the community. Today, collaborating with the disability advocates is just part of the course. It's what we do. We've been with them at the table for years now. We are celebrating every milestone of every accomplishment. And I'll be the first to say our work is cut out because there's a lot more to do. But I am proud of the team that we have here today that have shifted the tone completely, stemming from you, Jano, and our team here in 20, and Jamie and his team, really listening so that we can together create the transit system that not only our customers need, but that they want. I think my favorite piece of what we've seen and what we're going to see ahead is we are not confining ourselves to what exists. We are actually ideating and thinking about what should be. Jamie and his team are working on the stations of the future with transit at the table, thinking about what else is missing, what can we add to deliver our customers an environment that has them in mind. And for me, that will look like an environment that provides for their needs before they come and tell us about it. Folks, what we've done here is astronomical. You heard from Jamie on Monday. In the last 6 years, we've delivered 60 ADA projects when you combine Long Island Railroad, Metro North, and New York City Transit. Really, record numbers across the table. The last settlement that we settled here in 2022 established a funding of a floor of $30 billion for accessibility, the largest investment in the history of the United States for accessibility. No other system in the world is investing this level of money. No other system in the world is delivering this level of accessibility to its customers. Rob, you continue to lead the way with over 96% accessible transit system, and I was happy to be out there celebrating the latest accessible station in Long Island Railroad. Just in that far behind, delivering world-class service to railroad folks, and of course with your CARES program, which is delivering service. We just updated your trainings and service to customers with disabilities who are riding the railroads. But I cannot not give a nod to Frank Farrow and the team in New York City Transit buses who are delivering a world-class bus systems. We have no transit deserts here in New York City. You've heard me say it before. We may have subway deserts, but our buses get our customers where they need to go 24/7, and we're doing that, enhancing the services in buses where we have also redesigned that space. We've widened those doors, created bigger ramps. We've added new additional spaces inside of those buses for open strollers, in addition to preserving the integrity of the two spaces for accessibility. Really not confining ourselves to what exists, but thinking and delivering on what should be, what could be there. And of course, Rachel will get into it, but over 2.5 level of service that we saw in 2021 for paratransit services. Really, we are delivering accessibility like never before. And we do that together, learning from what's happening in transit, sharing that over to the railroads and vice versa. And in this capital plan, $68.4 billion, 80% of that money is going into state of good repair, which to me means replace elevators, new handrails, new stairs. We know now that accessibility is not just an elevator or a ramp. So many of our customers couldn't care less about an elevator. They want handrails on that ramp because there are blind customers who use our stairs. So everything that Jamie and his team are delivering is to enhance accessibility for our employees, for our customers, for all that we do here. So I am so proud of all that we're doing here, enhancing wayfinding, delivering accessibility, language access, via Navalence and so many of our programs, really a historic work that we're doing. But I'll turn it over to Rachel to talk a little bit about paratransit and all the changes that have happened there.
Thanks, Q, and good morning, everyone. As we've heard as a theme from our speakers and our presentations already today, I think there's no operation that better represents the approach of this MTA leadership team and the real value of the investments we've made than our Access-a-Ride paratransit service. In just the last few years, we've elevated the profile of paratransit within the MTA, and we've elevated the experience of our riders as well. I feel really privileged to lead Access-a-Ride at a time where this executive team, this MTA leadership team, is so invested in providing all of our customers with the safe and reliable service that they deserve, including our Access-a-Ride customers. We've showed our commitment to excellent paratransit service in a lot of different ways. In the last few years, we've put over 400 new paratransit vehicles on the road, significantly improving the reliability and the ride that our dedicated paratransit fleet offers. We've rebuilt the MyAAR app, as was mentioned earlier, to give our customers a fast, easy, and independent way to book and track their trips. It's used to book over 10,000 trips a day now. And we've rolled out nearly 200,000 Omni cards to give our customers an option for cashless payment and an easier way to tap and go on the subway and bus as well. The results of these choices and these investments are clear. In 2025, we achieved greater than 95% on-time performance, even as we set annual ridership records, and we continue to work toward our stricter, self-imposed 20-minute on-time performance goal. Our customer surveys routinely show that the vast majority of our paratransit customers are satisfied with the service, and over 50% even self-report that they're very satisfied with paratransit. And look, that's not to say that we don't see opportunities for continuous improvement. As I mentioned before, we're working right now to move to a more modern, cloud-based scheduling and dispatching system that can continue to grow with our service in the years to come. But ultimately, riders speak with their fares, and the ridership numbers are clear. Monthly paratransit trips have doubled coming out of COVID, and we're now regularly completing more than 1 million trips a month. More New Yorkers are not only registering for paratransit, but those who are registered are using the service more. They're not just taking Access-a-Ride once a week to an appointment or once in a while. They're using paratransit to get to work, to school, to social and religious obligations, to connect with friends and family. In short, they're taking paratransit all the places that our subway, bus, and railroad riders take the MTA every day. And much of that ridership growth has been supported by taxi and for-hire vehicles through the broker program that we mentioned earlier. This service adds capacity above and beyond our dedicated Access-a-Ride fleet. TLC licensed vehicles and drivers now provide more than half of paratransit trips, including many trips in wheelchair-accessible taxi and for-hire vehicles. I started my career in accessible transportation at the TLC, and it's been such a joy to see the collaboration between our agencies pave the way for the success of these programs. We continue working with our TLC partners to improve driver engagement and driver training. And with this partnership and this program, we've greatly improved the efficiency of our service, and we give thousands of customers every day a faster ride. The growth of paratransit and the mobility that it provides to more than 200,000 New Yorkers is a transit success story. But as we've talked about today, Access-a-Ride doesn't exist in isolation. We're one MTA team, and we serve every MTA customer. As we heard from the podium this morning, many paratransit customers use Access-a-Ride when they need it, and they use the fixed route service when they can. And the result of all those investments that Q talked about at the top of the presentation is clear, and it's here in front of us. At the same time that our paratransit ridership is growing, so is the use of subway and bus by our reduced fare customers and our paratransit customers through our zero fare program. We're investing in every part of our service, and that's giving riders more options and more access, which is something that I think we can all be proud of during Disability Pride Month. I want to thank my team at Paratransit for the tireless work and commitment to providing great, safe, reliable service every day, and this entire MTA executive team we've worked together to make paratransit a real point of pride for the MTA. And thanks to the leadership and system-wide investments that we've made, we're connecting our customers to more transit options than they've ever had before.
So, in closing, what does it take to continue to deliver this type of service and work? It delivers everyone here in this room, in this building, throughout the city. And, Jano, in our celebration of Borough Hall last week, I was reminded that, amazing things happen when we come together. We were then celebrating Borough Hall, which included the federal government. So from down in D.C. up to Albany, folks coming together to help the MTA deliver for its customers, deliver for its 8.5 million New Yorkers and all the people that rely on our service. All of this investment, as you heard from Jay, costs a lot of money. But as someone who started his career in transportation and in accessibility at DOT, I'm reminded that this all comes together. This accessible transit ecosystem works when we work together with our city partners. Jeanette, you know better than anyone, inaccessible sidewalks, lack of curb cuts, lack of accessible pedestrian signals result in paratransit customers. When our New Yorkers with disabilities cannot access a subway, a bus, they become paratransit customers. That's why we need the city today more than ever before to deliver the fast, to deliver the better. Every New Yorker relies on that. We need it desperately, and I was so proud to see Commissioner Flynn here on Monday celebrating the bus plan. But really, we need that to come to fruition, and we need to continue to work with our partners at TOC. We've been lucky at this board to have board members like Midori and Mira, Dan, who really understand the needs of the city to come to the table and to deliver this accessible transit ecosystem. Access to transportation is access to independence. And we know that here. We hear it every month from our customers at the podium. You heard from Jay earlier how we need the city to step up to help us cover this cost in paratransit that's continuing to rise. To me, that sounds like more people with disabilities are living a full life. They're using all transit. They're using the railroads. They're using buses and subways. They're using our zero-fare metro omni passes, and they're using paratransit in record numbers because they're living their lives. This is access that was not provided to them ever before. So many people with disabilities used to tell me how they didn't leave their house because of a lack of accessibility, because they couldn't get down to the street to a bus. That is changing. And we need the city to continue to help us change that ecosystem. Our continued progress depends on an alignment across city and state agencies working together. So I am happy to be celebrating Disability Pride Month, though we all know that here at the MTA, accessibility and enhancements to disability is a daily operation. We will continue to deliver this for all New Yorkers. Working together, we're going to get it done. So thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any questions? We've talked a lot about paratransit today and accessibility today. It is Disability Pride Month, but any other questions or comments? Okay. We're going to move on to the next special presentation, which is about subway bottlenecks. I'm going to ask Aliska Cobb-Conan, who works at C&D, along with Liam O'Connell, and who is the Senior Planner of Asset Planning, to take over on that presentation. Jamie, do you want to do a little introduction while they're getting settled?
No introduction really necessary. As Alyssa, well, okay, I will. As Alyssa will tell you, there's a lot of work in the pipeline, but we're also looking ahead to the future of the MTA system along with our operating agency partners. And this is really, in a way, the kickoff of that as we look ahead to our next 20-year needs assessment, which will look at the MTA system all the way out to 2050. We're looking at a series of reports that will focus us in on what we have to do next to keep improving the system.
Right, so thanks. As Jamie just said, to set the context for today, this presentation is the first of a series of reports we intend to issue leading up to the next 20-year needs. As you all know, the most recent 20-year needs reflected the new MTA's commitment to data-driven, detailed, transparent, needs-based planning, and it resulted in our unprecedented $68.4 billion capital plan dedicated almost entirely to state of good repair. And building on that success, we'll continue to expand our capabilities to do excellent planning, and our next 20-year needs is due in the fall of 2028. That 20-year needs will cover 2029 through 2049, in other words, bringing us to 2050. We're very excited to kick off the planning for, I'm not sure my clicker works, if anybody would, thank you so much. We're excited to kick off that planning, and we're in that context asking ourselves some questions, which include, given that state of good repair will continue to be a critical part of our foreseeable capital plans, how can we integrate improving our system at the same time? And how well is our system meeting our rider needs? And to answer these questions, we have started a number of in-depth analyses and studies leading up to the next 20-year needs. We will outline a full plan to upgrade our century-old signals and to update outdated shops and yards to unlock productivity and prepare for our next generation of fleet. We will also develop a plan to modernize our stations, including enhanced technological capabilities to improve our customer experience. We'll create a sustainability blueprint to align capital spending with opportunities to cut energy costs and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And we'll conduct a deeper look to identify possible expansion projects that could be included in our next iteration of comparative evaluation, which is the method we used in the last 20-year needs to compare between different expansion projects on an even playing field. Planning for 2050 is an incredible opportunity to think beyond the day-to-day constraints to unlock capacity for future riders. We're particularly interested in ways that we can make smart, smaller scale investments to unlock big benefits, because sometimes you don't have to build that new line to improve mobility in a transformational way. And so with that context, today we are releasing our first in-depth analysis looking at subway bottlenecks. Bottlenecks are issues with our physical infrastructure that constrain our ability to deliver frequent and reliable service. Addressing bottlenecks helps us to get more transit out of the infrastructure we have, and by doing so, we can make the current service more reliable and be better set up to accommodate more service in the future. And we're already taking action on two of the system's most notorious bottlenecks, Nostrand Avenue Junction.
Recording in progress.
2, 3, 4, and 5 trains currently in design, and the DeKalb Avenue interlocking traversed by the B, D, N, Q, and depending on how you count it, the R train, currently in procurement as part of our 6th Avenue CBTC signal project. The potential through addressing these specific locations for wide-reaching improvements pushed us to ask additional questions about where and how we can invest to remove more bottlenecks. The report we're releasing today is a first step. It's an initial screen of locations that could be the next batch of bottleneck improvements in upcoming capital plans. This analysis was done through a close partnership with New York City Transit under Demetrius's leadership, especially with operations planning and subways. This partnership is instrumental and will continue to be in making strategic decisions supported by data and operations. I'd like to introduce you now to Liam O'Connell, a senior planner at the MTA, who will give you an overview of our work on subway bottlenecks.
Thank you, Alyssa, and good morning, everyone. The bottlenecks that we're looking to address have been a part of our system for decades. But as Alyssa just said, with the historic investment in state of good repair, we have an opportunity to also address these long-standing challenges alongside our critical rebuilding work. These bottlenecks create delays even on good days, when everything is running according to plan. You'll know these delays when you're waiting on a train somewhere and you hear an announcement like, we're waiting for a train to cross in front of us, or the train across the platform will be leaving first. And these small holdups mean that your travel time on the train is inconsistent from day to day, and also that the waiting time for riders at all of the stations further down the line is inconsistent with the schedule. And when things do go wrong and cause delays, a sick passenger, for instance, or a police investigation, the presence of these bottlenecks in the system make those delays worse, and they make it harder for our operations teams to recover normal service. The first important question here is, what is a bottleneck? Subway bottlenecks can take numerous forms, but we have focused on 4 common types. Firstly, interlockings are places where trains can switch tracks, and often where subway lines merge with and split from one another. The layout of these areas can contribute to conflicts between trains that cause delays. We can fix these with operational changes, and you heard already on Monday, as well as earlier, about the time that the FM swap is already giving back to riders. or through a combination of capital and operating changes, as we are currently planning at Nostrand Avenue on the 2, 3, 4, and 5 lines. Sometimes terminals at the end of subway lines can constrain capacity or cause congestion as trains need to cross tracks to switch directions or to get in and out of a nearby yard. One example that we're studying further is Coney Island at the end of the D, F, N, and Q lines. This is a highly complex area relied on not only by those 4 lines, but by additional trains that access the nearby Coney Island yard. Sharp curves and switches in the tracks need to be traversed at safe speeds, and slow speeds mean that fewer trains can pass through key junctions, constraining capacity during peak periods. This is part of what we're looking to address at a number of key switches in the DeKalb Avenue area. Lastly, the way that our fixed block signaling system works can constrain capacity. It requires larger gaps between trains. In the long term, upgrading to CBTC will address this, but in the interim, we're interested in some targeted upgrades to the legacy signal system that can allow us to realize some capacity benefits in the interim. And across the board, CBTC can help address several of these bottlenecks, but it doesn't fix everything. Sometimes to get the most benefit from signal modernization, we need to go and physically upgrade these points in our infrastructure, and that's what this report is focused on. Now, as Alyssa mentioned, we have active projects underway at DeKalb Avenue and at Nostrand Junction. For this report, we wanted to zoom out from these 2 locations to conduct a full system scan for potential improvements. All in all, we looked at over 70 locations that either regularly contribute to delays or severely constrain operational flexibility. To find the most promising candidates for further study and for short-term investment, we assessed each of these locations on the following criteria: affected ridership, that location's impact on subway performance, and the roughly estimated benefits and costs of addressing the issue. This gave us 25 locations, highlighted in the map in yellow, that we are going to advance into further study. Several of these directly complement work that is happening at Nostrand and DeKalb by addressing other sources of delays on those same subway lines. This is a key strategy to help us maximize the benefits of major projects such as our signal modernization work. Let's start, though, by understanding what is going on, for instance, at DeKalb Junction. The bottleneck at DeKalb itself may be familiar to many riders who use these lines even occasionally. 18 switches in this interlocking allow over 300,000 daily riders to pass through the area on 5 different subway lines, specifically the B and the D, which travel from 6th Avenue in Manhattan and split into 2, the N and the Q, which travel from Broadway in Manhattan and split into 2, merging with the D and the B, respectively, and the R, which travels through the interlocking but does not merge with the other lines. These merges at DeKalb, and you can see this happening on the screen now, are what create the delays that you might remember if you're descending the Manhattan Bridge. You're on a D train, say, stopped, waiting for an N train, as you can see right now, on the other side of the bridge to pass to get to the switch in front of you. Behind the scenes, our tower operators are operating a decades-old manual interlocking to individually route each of these trains safely through. They do extraordinary work, but it's easy to understand how the smallest of issues, like any one of these trains arriving in the junction just a minute or 2 late or early, can lead to cascading delays as trains back up. Our project to modernize signals through this interlocking will help. CBTC can route trains automatically and provide better information to those tower operators to help them space trains optimally. But CBTC won't fix everything alone. For example, we're taking the opportunity alongside our CBTC construction in this area to address the geometry of some key switches, allowing trains to travel at faster speeds to increase throughput in the first place. This also brings us to another key insight of our analysis. Often, the delays that occur at DeKalb can trace their roots back to delays that start elsewhere on these lines before they reach DeKalb. That's because DeKalb Avenue is at the end of a series of bottlenecks that B, D, N, and Q trains navigate as they begin their journeys from southern Brooklyn. Firstly, like I mentioned a few slides ago, 3 of those 4 lines begin their trips at Coney Island, a highly complex terminal area relied on not only by D, N, and Q trains, but by trains on several other lines that use the adjacent Coney Island Yard facility. The frequent movement of trains in and out of the terminal platforms and between the terminal and the yard can cause congestion. As these lines head north, the D and the N train merge onto a shared track at 36th Street on the 4th Avenue line, and the B and the Q do the same at Prospect Park. Both of those merges can be a further source of delay. Now, any congestion that starts at one of those other locations can result in trains arriving at DeKalb off schedule, and potentially in conflict with another train. This is what causes those infamous delays at DeKalb, which then cascade throughout the system, including to other lines with which the B, D, N, and Q share tracks later in their journeys. At each of these locations, and at dozens more throughout the system, we've identified potential fixes. At Coney Island, for example, changes to the switch layout and signal system could help trains enter and exit the yard and the station more efficiently. At 36th Street and Prospect Park, tweaks to the existing signal system could ease congestion and help trains catch up if they do fall behind on the way approaching DeKalb Avenue. These locations are among those that rose into those top 25 most promising projects, and we're working to advance them, recognizing how important they are to getting the full benefit out of our work at DeKalb. And you could say the same about Nostrand Junction. These factors apply equally there. We're in design now at Nostrand Junction specifically, and other locations along the 2, 3, 4, and 5 lines were in our most promising candidates, and the report talks about some of these in detail. And this approach is the same throughout the system. That's why this is only the beginning of an ongoing effort to study and implement fixes to bottlenecks around the system that will make service faster and more reliable. In advance of the next 20-year needs assessment, we're going to be conducting further study, including design of potential improvements, cost estimating, and analysis of operational benefits on those most promising candidates. Those will help us pick the best candidates for investment as we put together a vision for subway service in 2050 that has fewer bottlenecks, fewer delays, and better service. This report is live now at future.mta.info, and with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Howard?
Thank you for this, Alyssa and Liam. It's very interesting, but I have a very important question about Nostrand Junction. I've heard several ways of fixing that problem, and one of the ways is, while we now have a Lexington Avenue and a Broadway 7th Avenue train at both Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn College, and at Utica Avenue, one of the ways to fix the problem at Nostrand Junction is to make all 7th Avenue trains go to either Flatbush or Utica, and all Lexington trains to go to the other destination. You're not considering that, are you? Because right now, people have a choice of those two routes, and I think that is a great choice.
Sure. Well, we're looking at a range of things actually at Nostrand, like I mentioned, that's in design now, and we're studying potential alternatives. But the placement of that additional switch in Nostrand Junction that really detangles those lines is key to getting that location improved. It is that crossing location, that crossing movement of trains at Nostrand Junction that contributes to the bottleneck. And while we, of course, and this is spelled out a little bit more in the report, recognize the importance of that choice that's provided now, that is what's also causing that bottleneck. And so that's precisely what we're looking at addressing.
Can any of the issues that you're facing at Nostrand Junction be solved by doing something at like Nevin Street before you get to Nostrand Junction, or things like that? So you do still get both routes at each of those terminals?
Well, like I said, we're looking at a couple of different options in and around Nostrand Junction specifically. And there's a diagram in the report that I think should help clear up what the problem is at Nostrand Junction. But the real issue there is that trains coming from the express track have to directly cross in front of each other's path, and that's what we really need to take out. And that is the way that area is laid out, and that's what we're trying to remove.
Thanks.
Chair, maybe I'll just add an important framing here is, and you've said it a lot. We last time around we did a comparative evaluation of the potential projects to expand the capacity of our system, and it was great. It actually led us to IBX. It led us to Q West or Q to Broadway, whatever. The project we're studying, looking at crosstown service on 125th Street. We also, in making better use of our existing infrastructure, we need to bring that same level of rigor in order to make those decisions. And so that's effectively what we're setting up here is a comparative evaluation of some of these different options. So I say that to the board member's question because we need to, everything that we do has trade-offs and there are benefits and there may be some costs. And so we need to look at this as we look at Nostrand Junction, we're going to look at the benefits of improved service versus, if there are costs for certain passengers and look at the balance of that to improve service overall.
Ms. Sadekhan? Yeah, did you?
Thank you. I was just going to say exactly what Jamie said. So I want to congratulate Alyssa and Liam on a really great piece of work that's going to improve millions of subway riders' day-to-day experiences, and that looking at ways to reimagine our existing assets is such a critical part of our work going forward. So I just want to say really, really well done, and I'm looking forward to subsequent reports that build on that kind of reimagining our infrastructure. So thank you for your work.
Mr. Glucksman.
Thank you. Paige, best of luck on your new endeavors. It seems like another lifetime ago, I operated trains through both of those locations, so I supervised also at the time. Could that presentation sent to us?
The one we just gave?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I think it gets posted on the website.
Oh, it is? I'll go look for it then.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and we just put up the whole report today. It's live on the website, too. It goes into even more detail. It's
Really great.
at future.mta.info.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Anyway, thank you. Thank you. This is the first, as you said at the outset, Alyssa, this is the first of at least a half a dozen reports that are going to be produced going into the next 20-year needs. So each of them has an ambitious agenda, and we're going to share with the board as they evolve. Okay. With that, can I just move us on to the routine business of the meeting? We did ask for a quorum.
We didn't, but I will say that we do have a quorum.
Yeah. Okay. I noticed I actually initiated the Robert's Rules of Order activity. Okay, the minutes of the June board meeting have been distributed to the members. Corrections or omissions? Mr. Albert is on a roll. If there are no corrections or omissions.
The minutes are on a roll. Every committee were perfect, and the main board minutes were perfect. First time.
Yeah. All right. If I could drink to that, I would. With that ringing endorsement, the minutes are approved as distributed. Committee reports. Safety Committee. I chaired the Safety Committee meeting on Monday, and there were no items requiring board action coming out of that. Mr. Chu, would you deliver the Bridges and Tunnels report?
Chair, the Committee on Bridges and Tunnels met on Monday and reports the following. There is one item for board approval totaling $152.5 million. The item is a modification to extend the contract term with TransCore LP through 2031 to upgrade and maintain the existing open road toll collection system so that it aligns with the capacity and functional capabilities of the central business district tolling system. Extend the useful life of the current system, and lastly, position the authority to pursue a single integrated tolling procurement in 2028. I like these Netflix summaries. It's very nice. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
All right. May I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Soren. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries. Anything else? That concludes the B&T report, sir? Okay.
Concludes the report.
Ms. Miller, stepping up in the absence of Ms. Lopez.
Absolutely.
Railroad
On behalf
Committee.
of our co-chair, Blanca Lopez, I'd like to report that the Railroad Committee met jointly on Monday. However, we have no items that require board vote this month, and that concludes the joint railroad report.
Transit Committee, Ms. Mahaltzis.
The New York City Transit Committee met on Monday and reports the following. There is one item for board approval totaling $554.8 million. The item includes 3 contract modifications with New Flyer of America, Inc. in order to substitute 85 hybrid buses for 85 battery electric buses, accelerate the delivery of existing bus orders, and exercise an option for the purchase of 425 low floor, 60-foot clean diesel buses. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Rizzo. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries. That's the very comprehensive bus strategy that Jesse Lazarus has laid out to us over the last 2 meetings. So that's a good item to get through. Capital program, Mr. Gorodnick.
The Capital Committee met on Monday, reports the following. There are 9 procurements totaling $498.2 million. The committee recommends the procurements, and I move them.
May I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Chu. All in favor? Any opposition or abstentions? The items carry. Anything further?
That's all we got.
Okay. Mr. Zuckerman for Finance.
Thank you, sir. The Finance Committee met on Monday and reports the following. There's one action item for board approval totaling $152 million. The action item requests board approval for the placement of an OSIP, owner-controlled insurance program, for the excitedly 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2, Contracts 3 and 4. The not-to-exceed cost, as I said, of $152 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
May I have a second? Mr. Gorodnick. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
There is one contract modification of a competitively negotiated personal services contract with Miller Advertising Agency, increasing the aggregate contract amount by $3 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Second. Thank you, Ms. Sadekhan. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved.
Finally, we have 5 real estate. Finally, we have 5 real estate action items this month. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
May I have a second? May I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Chu. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? Those real estate items are approved.
And thus concludes the Finance Committee report.
Okay. The Audit Committee met on Monday. We have 4 items that require board approval. The 2025 Management Letter Reports, the Single Audit Report, the Pensions Audits, and the First Quarter 2026 Consolidated Financial Statements. While there was no quorum, the committee members present recommended the board approve these 4 reports, and I move them.
May I have a second for Mr. Jones? Thank you, Mr. Fleischer. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is carried.
That concludes the Audit Committee report.
Is there a diversity committee? No, there's no diversity committee. So that concludes the board business. But before we adjourn, I have to take a moment to recognize Paige once again, but this time with a little hardware. Please accept this framed front page of, it's got the front page of 4 of her most memorable lawsuit accomplishments. This is the sequential sequential wins on congestion pricing at the Court of Appeals in the Second Circuit, the couple of Southern District wins, the ADA settlement, the 2nd Avenue subway win. They're all there for her to gaze upon for many years, and give herself a pat on the back. Justly deserved. So stand up and take a photo. Take a photo, Mark.
So, yes, I definitely want to say something.
Okay.
And, Mike, please. Oh, sorry. Yes, I definitely wanted to say something, and I wrote my remarks because, as you know, lawyers tend to be a little verbose, and I didn't want to take up too much time from the meeting.
But she's got a whole page.
But I do have a whole page.
So get comfortable.
So, thank you for allowing me these moments to actually say something and give my thanks to all of you and all the well wishes that I received via text messages, emails, and phone calls. So thank you. All the good wishes meant a great deal to me. After 14 years with the MTA, I leave with overwhelming sense of gratitude and pride. It's been an extraordinary privilege to serve this agency, work on matters of tremendous public importance, as was outlined in this beautiful framed exhibit of the accomplishments that not only that I accomplished, but also the legal team that I oversaw, both internal and external lawyers that work very hard for this agency. The work that we do helps shape decisions that affect millions of New Yorkers every day. So it is really important what we do. Throughout my career here, I was also fortunate to work for 4 remarkable leaders. Some of you may remember some of the names that I'll mention. Marty Schnabel, who was the former general counsel for New York City Transit. Darrell Eyrich, the former president of MTA Bus Company. Phil Eng, the former president of Long Island Railroad, and our current CEO, Jano Lieber. Each of the men that I worked for had very different leadership styles, but each of them taught me something invaluable about leadership, public service, and how to get things done in an organization as complex and important as the MTA. I am grateful to each of them for the opportunities they gave me and for investing in me. I also want to thank this board. You made our jobs, and I will speak for some of the staff that's here that work with you. You made our jobs easier because you were engaged. I'll just point to Dan Garodnick and all the questions he had on the finance report. Thoughtful and genuinely cared about the work. You challenged us when necessary, again, on the finance report, trusted our professional judgment, and always kept the public interest at the center of your decisions. That is something every lawyer hopes for in a client. So thank you. And to the newest, I thought there were going to be more, but to the newest board member, although we are meeting for the first time while I'm leaving, I want to wish you every success in your service. You are going to be working with a great team. On a personal level, serving as the MTA's first Black general counsel was especially meaningful to me. I viewed it not simply as an accomplishment, but as a responsibility to lead with integrity, excellence, and professionalism, and hopefully make it easier for others to see themselves in positions of leadership. There is a saying that has always stayed with me, and I'm not quite quoting it correctly because I had to change it up a little bit for this, but people may forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. I hope that over the years, I made people feel respected, supported, and valued, and that in some small way, I inspired others to believe that anything is possible. So thank you again for your trust, your partnership, and the opportunity to serve. It has truly been an honor, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, well, talk about anticlimactic. Now I get to declare adjournment. Thank you, Paige. Thank you for that, those words, but for everything that you brought to this organization and the friendship that we will always treasure. So with that, I have a motion and a second, and I'm declaring for adjournment, but I remind everybody who wants to stay, we're about to do a short signing ceremony to celebrate the resolution of that lawsuit with our friends from the disability community. So if you want to stick around, please do. All right, we're going to do that.
And Chair, the live feed will continue during that.
That's important. The live feed will continue for the public and for the press during that ceremony. Thank you, everybody. welcoming everybody back on the live feed, which I'm told is active. And listen, this is the point of this little ceremony is there's a little theater here, but it's really a celebration of an important milestone, which is that here we are in Disability Pride Week. We had a really important presentation from Quimel, Arroyo, and Rachel Cohen about the progress that's been made on accessibility. And it just so happens that a long-standing dispute between the disability advocacy community and the MTA got resolved in the last couple of weeks, and that we're doing a formal signing ceremony on that legal settlement, which will now go to the federal court to be approved and to be made, in effect, permanent. And I'm just thrilled, as I said to the doctor, I'm just thrilled that we put another piece of litigation behind us. And my hope, and I'll say it even though there are lawyers around me somewhere who make their living at this, but I do hope that more, and I think we're headed in that direction, more and more of our interactions between the MTA and the disability community can take place in conference rooms of collaboration and rather than in courthouses of litigation. And I just want to congratulate everybody. You know, around us are people who had played different roles in this historic transformation of the MTA system, which is underway, it's not completed, to being a fully accessible system. And I just want to thank everybody who's played a role, and all of you have in different ways, in getting us to this point. And hopefully you'll be able to support us as we continue down this path. Madam, can I invite you to say a few words?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. It's a great day. I'm Dr. Weir, the Executive Director for the Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York, Sydney. I have the privilege of working with disability advocates and consumers, staff, board members, to ensure that New York City is an accessible place for all. I think it's important for us to recognize that we all want to get to work, have fun, get to school, and the subway is the best way, the fastest way to get there. But we've struggled in trying to ensure that people with mobility disabilities, sensory disabilities, actually have the ability to get on a subway car and not have to deal with delays in understanding if an elevator is working or not working. So in signing this settlement, we are going to learn that notifications will be put in place, and someone doesn't have to be stranded or spend more time during their journey during that day to get to where they need to go. So every rider has the opportunity to get to their destination in time, and people with disabilities deserve that as well. And I also want to comment that people with disabilities, we help people without disabilities, because all of you want to get to your destination on time. So if it wasn't for us yelling, screaming, rallying, saying, hey, when are you going to the elevators out today, right? We know the slogan, we wouldn't be here today. So I just want to thank all the disability advocates that have been out in the rain and the snow and the cold and the heat to make sure that this day happens. So thank you.
Yeah, and I so appreciate that. We are proud at the MTA that many of the issues that were raised, this litigation began 9 years ago, and many of the issues that are raised we've made significant improvements in those areas. The elevator availability is in a very different place than it was when this litigation began, and that many of the things that we're joining forces on and that we're able to commit to are things that we're going to continue doing. So progress has been made, but as I said, this is a journey and it has to be continued in full force to make sure we get to the destination of a truly 100% accessible system. So God bless everybody who's worked on this issue, and let's keep going. With that, may I invite, I think Demetrius and I are supposed to sign. I think our disability partners, and I won't call them the litigants, I'll call them the partners.
Oh, very good, very good.
Have already signed, and I think the symbol, so I've got to sign it, and Demetrius has got to sign it, and I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to hand out the dopey signing pens that are our way of saying we signed something. Demetrius.
Nice.
Hold on a second. Not now. Not now. Okay. So with that, the agreement is done. It goes to the court, and I think we should all give a hand to disability access. And I'm gonna give you one of these, and not that you need a pen, but, you know, the symbolism of the moment
Thank you.
requires it, okay?
Thank you.
And to the general counsel who saw it through, and to the lawyers who made our life, no. And I got three more. I'm gonna also always give one to John Padula, who's about as regular a participant in our board meetings as there is. Anyway, thank you to everybody.
I like signing checks.
Yeah. Thank you to everybody for participating. Thank you, Dr. Weir, for your leadership as we we achieve this milestone and keep going together.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
I'm gonna shake
Thank
your
you,
hand.
thank you,
so much.
thank you.
Okay, let's keep going. That's it from MTA headquarters. Okay. Are you gonna, the role of Tim Minton will be played by Kyle Schultz? Okay. I thought this was a great board meeting. Obviously, the significant action was around the financial plan, mid-year update on that. And as I said, I think it's taken a lot of work to make sure that the MTA was able to establish and maintain a stable financial footing. That was evident in Jay's fantastic presentation today. But, you know, we have challenges coming, and it has to do with some of those uncontrolled costs and paratransit, and I think folks started to get that. I was glad to see that, and because Alfonso's on the, what does Minton call it, the East Mezzanine or something, that the Sage of Valley Stream is with us, but that we had 18 million, we had a significant uptick in Long Island Railroad revenue collection, and that actually helped us with budgetarily. So good stuff. And I just want to compliment again Jamie and Alyssa and the team about the bottlenecks presentation, because that is, you know, core to what we're trying to accomplish. Let's get more transit out of the system we have, rather than only, we love building new subway lines, but digging a hole of that scale costs a fortune, and the more that we can get more transit out of the system that we have with smart improvements like bottleneck elimination, it's going to make a lot of difference. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kyla.
All right, Jenna, we'll start today with my alma mater, Sam Liebman from New York One.
Okay.
Hi, Jana. So I've done some social media posts where I've seen complaints about Omni. We heard from someone today complaining about it, that people aren't getting the transfers, that no matter how many rides they take in a week, they're not hitting the $36 mark for the unlimited rides. And they want to know, why can't the MTA just provide the same discounts as the Metro card?
Okay.
They feel they're being scammed. And we're trying to get the technical on this, but maybe you know offhand. What is the time frame in which a second tap does count towards the $36? Because we're hearing from users who get on and off and on and off that they're not getting to 36, maybe because of some time frame issue. So,
Okay, so Sam, I really would caution against being over-reliant on social media and anecdotes on this. This is important. Everything that happens on Omni is traceable. So if somebody has a problem, come to us, show us the fare medium that you've been using, whether it's Apple Pay or Google Pay or a credit card or an Omni card, and we can actually trace all of your usage. So I'm, you know, very respectful. Number one, the transition to Omni has overall been really popular. People love being able to pay with, you know, having this full range of options of how you pay, using the same credit card or Apple Pay or Google Pay that they use in the rest of their lives, being able to just tap with their phone or their watch. There are a lot of people who really like that. I understand that, you know, you may want to focus on there's some legitimate concerns out there, but start with the fact that it's been really widely embraced. We're at 98+% adoption now. And people are welcoming a lot of the benefits of Omni, which is modernizing the system. Let me finish. Number two is, anybody who has a problem with how they think they're being charged or mischarged, just bring it to us, because we will look at your, you know, all the records, which are all things that we can see, and we will respond. And where, you know, if there is an issue, we're going to respond. People, if somebody didn't get, for whatever reason, the unlimited, we will correct that, and it's all discernible from when they share their fare payment medium. So, while I respect everybody who's, you know, raising issues, you know, I would just ask you not to rely on social media accounts or even anecdotes unless we've been given an opportunity to see are those legitimate. As far as the unlimiteds, it's sort of fundamental to our thinking that it was not fair. People are very nostalgic for, you know, some people are nostalgic for what you're describing, the old unlimiteds, but that asked people to pay in advance. And there was something fundamentally unequitable about saying, to people, if you want a monthly, give me $100+, float the money to the MTA. Let us get the money in advance, pay in advance. And that was unfair to a lot of people who don't have cash in their pocket every day. And even a weekly, people were faced with the choice of, do I have the money in my pocket every day? So that was one reason we liked the new system, which just gives you credit for every ride. And the other was that people were buying we think this is a benefit, and I hope if you're going to cover this, you'll recognize that there was like $40+ million every year that was left unused on those unlimiteds. People were wasting money. They buy something in advance, and you're forcing people to do calculations in their head about how much I'm going to use it when I'm standing there in front of the machine. All those things add up to what we thought was an unfair system. It was disadvantageous for a lot of people. So we're giving them a system that automatically gives them a discount. So we're confident that this is the right way to go, to give people automatic discounts rather than asking them to prepay to loan the MTA money, to take a chance that they're wasting money. And I understand that there's some people who are nostalgic for that for whatever reason, but we're confident that this is the right way to go, and over time people will get more comfortable with it.
Do you think there just needs to be more education on registering the card? Because obviously, when you go to the Omni website, the customer service I've also heard is very bad on the Omni side. If you register your card, you can see all of your transactions and you can dispute them. I mean, I think the message is not out there. But I have one other question about the Omni, and is that, it's so easy to tap and pay. For students, you've touted the student one, but it's still not digitized. A lot of students still end up jumping the fare because it's made of paper.
Okay, well, listen, we had a lot of trouble. Not every kid has a phone, so we are going to work towards getting that bill. It's not make sure not every fourth grader, and there are a lot of them who take the train to school, including my kids did when they were in fourth grade. Not every kid has a smartphone. So I don't think it's fair to assume that that's everybody. But we are definitely going to have digitization. The challenge that we've had a little bit of challenge with the Department of Education, which we need their cooperation in order to do a pilot, and we're working towards it, and we're going to get there. But if you're going to talk about student Omni, remember what it included. We can talk about the materiality, but you should also talk about the fact that we gave them 365, didn't used to have 365, 7 days a week, extra rides, and kids are loving that. Parents are loving that, and it's enabling a lot of kids to take advantage of Omni to after-school programs and student internships and everything else. So we're very proud of that. And yeah, I mean, everybody has, when I was a kid, they gave me a bus pass that was made of paper too, and sometimes it didn't always survive the month, because I was a little rough on it. It's not exactly a new innovation, and shouldn't be represented as somehow a shortcoming by the MTA that we used a traditional material that gives all these new benefits.
All right, we're going to go right next door to everyone's favorite Knicks fan, Dave Cologne.
Everyone's favorite, that's right. Jano, and you get two for the price of one, actually, because I'm also here on behalf of my colleague Kevin Duggan, New York's second favorite Knicks
Taking
fan.
advantage of Minton's absence, I
No,
see
this
already.
was, listen, the press shop said, he sent a request for comment, and the press shop said, you just get Dave to ask a question at the press conference. So I will start with his question, which is that on the website Twitter, somebody saw a LIRR van being driven by someone with an Indiana plate on it, and to top it off, it was also bent to avoid any kind of automated camera, bus, speed, what have you. So we would like to know what the MTA's opinion is of their employees riding around on an official MTA vehicle with a bent out-of-state plate.
Okay, so you give me a whole fact pattern that I have no way of knowing whether it's entirely true, partially true, or totally inaccurate, but because it comes from you, I'll assume it's true. And I'll say this, the MTA has a zero tolerance for people who obscure their plates. We've been trying to get the state legislature to give us additional powers to deter and punish that Right now, somebody can mess with the plate and actually get a ticket and drive away with a fake plate or something that covers the plate or some other mechanism and use it again. That's crazy, and we've gone to the legislature again and again for the power to actually confiscate that and otherwise to more aggressively enforce on toll cheats. So we're not for that. If somebody is doing that on Long Island Railroad, I would recommend that be for discipline. I don't know anything about the vehicle and the Oklahoma plates. It all sounds kind of crazy, but whatever information you have, share it with us, and we're very interested if that is in fact the case.
Well, Kevin, thanks you for this. And now on to my question. Earlier during the financial plan presentation, Jay was talking about how ridership and revenue are not projected to hit the pre-pandemic levels until 2030. And I'm wondering, does the MTA see itself as kind of captive to the projections? Is there anything that you think is within the transit system's power to get more people riding, to get ridership percentages back towards the pre-pandemic days? People talk about return to office, all these things like that. But what is in the MTA's power to get more people back onto transit in the way that they were riding before society kind of fell apart?
Well, I mean, what I think that we have done, and we've done better than the vast majority of other transit systems in the country, is to provide a lot of service, not even in the dark days of COVID, and continuing to expand service coming out of COVID, notwithstanding the financial challenges, and to provide good service. Service ain't perfect, but it has gotten better over time, and we're providing a lot more of it, and we have gotten riders back. Now, there's no question that hybrid work is a thing, and that has impacted on our peak hour commuting patterns, but we've gained riders on the off hours and the nights and weekends, which are the times, you've heard me say this before, when people really are, it's discretionary travel times, so they are coming back to transit and coming to transit in a pattern that suggests that we're creating incentives for them. Now, are we also interested in incentivizing people otherwise? Good service is the main thing. Safety is the other variable, and we've had positive trends on safety for quite some time. But I think we're open to all other approaches that would incentivize riders to come back. But let's not kid ourselves that hybrid work has suppressed, especially Monday and Friday ridership, but overall peak hour ridership, pure commutation ridership by a little bit, and we are adjusting to the new normal. In a strange glass half full perspective, though, I would say that right before COVID, in the peak hour, we were bursting at the seams. We were at the point where there were some lines which literally couldn't take more capacity in the peak of the peak. We now have the capacity for growth. Hybrid work has opened up some room in the peak hour, the time when we were most crowded, to accommodate more riders. So I want to get more riders across every element of our week, both in the peak hour, off-peak, and weekends. And I just want to remind, all of us, it was announced by Rob at committee that in the month of June, the Long Island Railroad actually exceeded June 2019, the last pre-COVID year. So that was a major milestone, the first MTA service to have a month that exceeded pre-COVID, and it was a big milestone for the railroad and for the MTA that we've gotten there. It's taken a while.
All right, next we'll go to the Zoom. News 12 Long Island, Kevin Vesey is live at Penn Station.
Hi, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Chairman Lieber, I just spoke with Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, who, as you know, is running for governor. He had some things to say about MTA leadership. He was critical of it. He said,
really?
Well, that's surprise. He called out what he referred to as financial mismanagement. He said that the fare hike that's planned for March is not needed. He also said he'd work to dismantle congestion pricing. Do you have a response to that?
I'm shocked by all of those statements. I'm just thrilled that Bruce Blakeman actually, apparently rode Long Island Road and found Penn Station, because he's never been seen on either of them ever before, as far as anybody knows. This is a guy who's been a no-show on transit through his entire time as a Nassau County executive. He hasn't, we've increased Long Island Railroad service by 40%. He opposed all the projects that enabled us to increase service. Even as we've driven up customer satisfaction on the Long Island Railroad, he has had nothing to say. It's no wonder that he's known mostly from New Yorkers, mostly as a guy who specialized in losing elections for a long time. I have nothing to say about Bruce Blakeman's wisdom on transit because I don't know anything about it.
All right, we're back in the room. We'll head over to Ethan Stark-Miller from AM New York.
Hi, Jenna. So I also have an Omni-related question. This is on the fare on buses. So there have been a couple of cases that we've heard about, and then also Streets Blog reported a couple of months ago, where people were approached by Eagle teams after saying they had paid and still been handed a ticket, and then have had trouble like resolving those tickets. Is this something the MTA is aware of, and is there like a fix in the works for it?
Well, as I said before, Ethan, if anybody has an issue where they feel like they've been unfairly charged at the turnstile, or God forbid, handed a ticket unfairly, we want to know about it, and we will fix it. That's if somebody's been improperly handed a ticket, absolutely. Well, I will go myself to the tab court and say that the ticket has to be waived. Nobody deserves a ticket. If there are technological imperfections, we absolutely want to know about it and get it fixed. Well, it's not a secret what we're trying to do here. You heard today in the financial plan that bus fare evasion is in excess of 40%. We do need to have a system which reestablishes the principle that we all have to share responsibility for caring for this sacred system. And there's no question that in the bus environment, the truth is we let people on during COVID. We told them to get on the back of the bus in an effort to try to protect our riders, and they didn't, and told them not to pay. And it's been hard to reestablish fare payment. And part of that is we're going to do what happens all over the world, which is to have people ask them to show that they've paid. And it's not hard because the system will recognize whether it's a credit card or Google Pay or an Apple Pay, the payment. If there is an imperfection that causes them to get a ticket, I will personally apologize to them and will make sure that it gets waived. That's not something that we want to happen.
Could the issue be that there's a delay in that proof of payments not showing up right away?
It's possible. It's possible. I'm not shocking anyone when we say technology is not always perfect, but I've also had people complain that they paid and they got a ticket, and then when we actually looked at, remember we have video in all the buses, and when we look at the video, sorry sir, you actually didn't pay. You walked right by that validator and didn't even nod at the bus driver. So there's, again, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. We want to solve any problem that comes up, but we now have both video and technology evidence that allows us to do that.
All right, going to the mezzanine, we have Pix 11's Greg Mocker.
Hi, Chair. Do you think that it might create some more trust if at the turnstile level, Omni could display a transfer or some kind of trip count? You used to get the balance.
And we're in the process of developing that capacity in the software.
And just broadly on Cubic and the whole design, there was an issue yesterday. We've talked before about some of the software things. They're not involved with train time. Kind of where is the agency related to the corporate relationship with the provider?
We're insisting that it's not a secret, Greg. You're right. The Cubic execution of the software has been imperfect, and in every case, we demand that they correct it, and we also are demanding that they compensate the MTA and the taxpayers where the shortcomings in their software have resulted in costs and lost money. So we are very demanding of Cubic, as we should be. I mean, this is This is a big contract, and a lot of people are depending on it. Some things have gone very well, some things have not gone as well, and we insist that they comply with their obligations.
All right, we'll stay in that area with Ramsey Khalife from WNYC and The Gothamist.
Hey, Jano. 2 questions. First, my editor tells me that this Friday marks 5 years of you in this position. Only 4 other people have lasted that long. Could you maybe go through some of the achievements for you in the MTA these last 5 years, and also maybe some regrets you might have had over the last 5 years?
Well, I mean, listen, the big picture, Ramsey, is pretty straightforward, which is when I came in, I set a few goals that were kind of the big top-line goals. One was to get the ridership back to support the city's recovery from the pandemic, and relatedly, to make service a lot better, both subway and bus and commuter rail service. We wanted to implement congestion pricing successfully. We wanted to address the MTA's operating budget, which was then, we all called it the fiscal cliff, because coming out of COVID, when the COVID relief money from Washington ran out, we knew that there would be a huge financial crisis if there were no solution. And we wanted to have a capital program that would enable us to put the system on a path to, the first-class system that it ought to be in every respect, and really both continuing the expansion system, but most important, making real progress on state of good repair. And all of those goals, those are the big, the top-line goals, have been accomplished. So I'm very proud of it. I'm incredibly proud of what the team has accomplished and continues to do. All of those things that I mentioned would not have been accomplishable without the caliber of leadership and down through the operating agencies and the headquarters agencies. We also, there's a million other things to talk about. The individual mega projects that were completed, the fact that construction and development has established itself as a premier infrastructure developer in terms of both capacity and scale, and also the adherence to budget and schedule, which is dramatically different than it was, in days before. We've mostly accomplished, although not completely, the execution, implementation of the so-called transformation of the MTA, which was a good idea to consolidate all those duplicative overhead entities, but was implemented kind of summarily without really thinking it through the way you would if you were running a Fortune 500 company and you were doing a merger. And all of that needed to be executed and implemented effectively. So we have gotten there, although it's not total. But imagine, just as a sidelight, imagine when I was at construction development, all of a sudden I had hundreds of people working for me who were in the same area of project development or design or construction. They all had different titles. They all had different job responsibilities. They all had different compensation. How do you figure out a new system to mesh all of that? And that, the transformation, the bureaucratic transformation of the MTA has been accomplished and has mostly been pretty successful. And I think the bigger picture is, I think we've changed the narrative of what the MTA is, from the summer of hell and an agency whose ability to execute capital projects was suspect, from an agency whose financial management was sometimes looked at suspiciously, to what we have today, which is a world-class agency that's carrying, making New York able to not just recover but continue to prosper. Although we have a long way to go to be the kind of transportation operation that we aspire to be.
And just a smaller second question about June bus ridership. It was down 7.7% paid weekday ridership. Do you have any?
Yeah, this is the reality of fare evasion. And again, without rancor and without blame, I do think that we have to now turn as a city to reestablishing the principle that everybody shares in the responsibility for contributing to this system. We want to keep it affordable. We're thrilled that we got an improvement to fare fares. You've heard us talk about this for a long time. More poor or working class people will get a half fare discount. That's right. But for all the people in the, people who are on their way to office jobs, who are making a good income, who walk by the bus driver and don't pay, or get on the back and don't pay, I say it's time to be New Yorkers. There's no, you're just passing along the cost to another taxpayer. Somebody's going to have to pay for that ride, or at least a portion of the cost of that ride, because we know that, the fare doesn't cover the full cost of a ride. Don't pass along responsibility to somebody else who's probably not as well off as you are. Take responsibility for this precious system. It's a civic responsibility, and we're going to have to create a system which feels a little fairer with enforcement to make sure that everybody understands it. We've done it. We've made progress on the subway. We can make progress on the bus.
Do you think it's part of maybe the Knicks championship, the World Cup, tourists who might not know how to pay? You don't think it's because of that?
I think it's just there's a trend that broke out, and again, with malice towards none, I say all the talk of free bus has an impact. It does have an impact, and I'm again not blaming anyone, not trying to tell anyone to shut up. It's just that we need to reestablish this. The system needs to be affordable, regardless of whether you're on paratransit or whether you're on bus or whether you're on subway. I support affordability and discounts. I just need us to all shoulder the burden together.
All right, we'll go back to the Zoom with Omar Rodriguez from WABC 7.
Hi, Jen, Omar, ABC. Thanks for taking, sorry, NJ Birkin wasn't available, so I'm pinch hitting.
We'll take it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
He's probably somewhere with Minton.
I'm sure, on vacation together.
Check the Instagram feed.
100%. As a subway rider myself in New York, I'm seeing food and drink vending machines pop up across subway stations in the city. If you get into that partnership, how many stations will have it, and what do we expect? And also, secondly, because I take the subway there in Lincoln Center, I know there's a small mom and pop store that sells snacks. Will that remain in the transit system? How many of those are still around?
Yeah, well,
the old school mom and pop shops.
Yeah, we love the old school newsstands. The economics of the old school newsstands eroded during COVID, and most of them didn't want to come back after COVID. So we found a lot of different ways of animating and activating those spaces. It's not a secret to you. We've done a lot of art installations around the system. We're going to keep doing those more and more. Everybody loves the Dino Store Bodega at Grand Army Plaza, and we'll do lots of those because it's fun and it gives, it takes a great public space and makes it even greater. We're always looking for folks who are willing to do new things with the actual traditional retail in the system. So we put it out for bid again and again. We're actually spending money in some cases to put in electricity and other utilities so it could be more appealing for a traditional retail like the one you described. But we're also looking at vending, and vending is obviously low cost. It doesn't require as much investment in terms of the physical installation, and it works. Our riders seem to like it where we've done it. We have 3 of vending machines that are open. They've been doing good business, apparently, the initial reports. And in answer to your specific question, I think we're shooting for somewhere between 20 and 30 vending machine locations around the system, but it will happen gradually, Omar.
All right, Jay, I have a feeling you should get ready for this one. We're going to go to Michelle Caskey from Bloomberg.
Thanks. Hey, Jano, with the budget and the outgoing years, the presentation today didn't include any potential risks of not being able to sell congestion pricing bonds and the increased debt service costs that could happen if you're unable to sell those bonds.
Do you have any specific reason you think we won't be able to sell those bonds? Because so far we've managed to go into the market as planned with all of our
short term. very short term, but
Yeah.
actual like long-term congestion pricing bonds you haven't been able to
We haven't-
issue yet because of the legal debates that are going on.
I don't know that I don't know that you should assume that there's causal relationship there. We wanted to establish a track record of revenue so that we would be able to do those bonds when necessary. We have lots of other ways to borrow money, as you know really well. And the timing of when we actually issue congestion pricing back, so pure naked congestion pricing back bonds, is not something that we're hanging our hat on, that we're dependent on at this moment for our financial security, right?
But
Yeah.
in times prior, your plan of selling, MTA's plan of selling these bonds was a lot. Would have had.
Did you have a schedule? Did you have a schedule that showed us selling?
You guys put out a schedule.
Okay.
I mean,
so the point is that we have a lot of different options about how we borrow money, right? It's not a secret. So we have revenue, the old transportation revenue bonds. We have other more specific securities, and we'll put out the transportation congestion pricing bonds when we need to. And so far, we're not concerned about that those are going to be unavailable to us. So I just think it's premature to suggest, especially to your readership, that we're having a problem, because it's not. There isn't a problem. We're establishing the track record. It's very positive. We're working through, not a secret, all the litigation, but that was anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
And we're winning every time. And at the right moment, we will issue congestion pricing securities, that are as pure as in terms of their security as you're talking about.
All right, next up is Haley Brown from the New York Post.
The MTA data shows weekday subway on-time performance has fallen from about 84% last year to about 82% this year. Most of the fixes in the bottleneck report were years or decades out. Is there anything that MTA can do now to improve subway performance for riders?
Fair question. A lot of that reduction in OTP for this year has been some of the weather issues, not a secret. But one thing that we are doing, and we continue to do as part of the core business, is to focus on the causes of delay and making sure that we can make delays run as short as possible. How quickly are our signaling teams responding? How quickly are we resolving issues that involve the police? Are we making sure that somebody gets to the sick passenger quickly so that service can resume? All of those, Demetrius, I welcome you to come up and talk more about it if you want. But all of, part of the way that the subways team manages subways is to try to make sure that the causes of delay, whether they're infrastructure related or safety related or anything else, that the delays themselves get shortened as much as possible. And part of it is also looking closely at the analytics to show where we are losing time along the route, whether it's that there's a particular set of relay signals that sometimes the relays are out of sequence, so operators are slowing down where they don't really have to because the relay's not operating properly, or other infrastructure-related causes, and we look at those every day. And sometimes we go back and give the operator retraining to make sure she or he is in tip-top shape in terms of knowing how to move quickly down the route. Those are all issues that we use to attack subway on-time performance every day. Demetrius, you want to add to that?
I would just say our subway ridership is our bread and butter. It's a great deal of the folks that we're trying to make sure get a great service. One of the things that we've done under Chair Lieber's leadership has been to establish a really robust EAM system. That EAM system identifies all of our equipment, all of our assets, and essentially gives us a floor plan for how to improve, capture all of our equipment, and also the performance of that equipment, when we should be doing repairs, not just now, but also in the future, when we should be doing replacement. And that has given us the roadmap for not just for now, but also has enabled us to do some other things like the FM swap, looking for ways that we can improve it. Now, the bottleneck report is awesome because it's taken the data that we're receiving from the EAM and the systems that that we've identified as how do we provide better service, all of that data is what's being used to be able to invest in the swaps that we've been doing and the long-term aspects. So there's no question there's things that we're doing now, but the future is also going to be great.
Yeah, and just to underscore a couple of things, Haley, we got to buy all those new subway cars because they don't break down as frequently as the old ones. We have a lot of 40-plus-year-old subway cars now. They're getting older. They break down more frequently. That causes more delays. And as far as the bottleneck report, the two bottlenecks that they focused on, DeKalb and Nostrand, are actually in the current capital program. So that work will be done in the near term. Not this year, but it'll be done in a couple of years. So that, stay tuned. Okay.
All right, next we'll go to my hometown paper, Alfonso Castillo at Newsday.
Hi, Jenna. A couple of questions about the financial update. Jay Patel talked about how the big increases we saw in the deficits were primarily driven by the new Long Island Railroad contracts and the raises given to those workers. When you,
I don't think that's accurate.
Am I wrong?
I think the healthcare costs, the top of the line, you saw the chart. Healthcare costs and fuel costs are the two things that are going at a 10% a year rate over the past 10 years. It was not the 3.8% deal we made with the Long Island Railroad.
Sure, but the difference from the November update, if I understood right, had a lot to do with the railroad.
Well, not a lot. I mean, numbers matter here. So we made this backwards and forwards. We made a 3.8% deal with the Long Island Railroad, those 5 unions, and it's in 26 and 20, and it carries through to 27. And it had the impact of those 5 unions, the additional GWIs, the additional raises for those unions, was de minimis to our budget. Even if it expanded to, as we did, to the whole Long Island Railroad, assuming that everybody on the Long Island Railroad gets the same increase in that year, it's de minimis to the budget. And we also applied it to the whole MTA workforce, assuming that pattern is going to be adhered to. And it still didn't, and we're still, have much low, we have like it's a $200-something million projected deficit in 27. So that's not the big hit to the budget. What's happening is that healthcare costs and fuel costs are going up, and paratransit we talked about at great length, which is not a Long Island issue. So yes, the deal we made, the 3.8% net deal that we made with the BLE and those other 4 unions applied all across the MTA has fit within our budget, and we're going to, we'll make sure that everybody else adheres to it as well.
Okay, you answered my first question without me asking it. A second on that, Neil Zuckerman talked about, and I think others did too, among the few levers that the MTA has to increase revenue is obviously raising fares beyond what's planned. You've been on this 2% now for, I don't know what it is, 10, 15 years, and obviously that's no longer keeping up with inflation. Is it time, or is it approaching time to reconsider that annual 2%?
I think, my view is the riders should not have to bear the full brunt of the cost, but we need a strategy together with the political leadership statewide, but everybody else, to deal with the reality that we have to have an equivalent. We have to balance between the real cost growth and the and our revenue situation, and that we're raising it now, but we're starting the discussion so that everybody can understand what that means. But I don't believe that it should all be borne by the riders at all.
Thank you.
All right, we'll finish up today with the Hudson Pavilion with Jose Martinez from the City Reporter.
Outstanding work, Kayla, on filling in for Minton, especially with a Hudson Pavilion reference. Jana, 2 quick questions. On paratransit, is there a bigger role for the city to play? And then I heard you use a favorite phrase of your most recent predecessor, fiscal tsunami, in talking about the MTA. Obviously, we're not that close to where we were in when the MTA was at the cliff. But with some of the increased pressures, some of the increased costs, could we potentially hear you using that phrase a little bit more often?
No. I mean, because the truth is that tsunami is like a one-time catastrophic event. What we're seeing is, a steady pattern of imbalance between some of the costs that we do not control. This is the frustration, honestly, Jose, which is that we worked our tails off to knock us down. We're at almost $600 million of savings now, headed towards 750. That is a ton of work to figure out how to do everything we do every day a little bit more efficiently. And it's what enabled us for so many years to say our budget in real terms is less than before COVID, even though we're adding service. So this is not, the pandemic may have been a one-time fiscal tsunami, but what we're seeing now is the reemergence of a disalignment between, some of these uncontrollable costs that are, as I say, outside our control, healthcare, which, as our retiree pool grows, that continues to be an issue as well. Healthcare and fuel and paratransit are the three biggest ones that I highlighted. So I don't think of it as a tsunami. I think of it as a slow-moving event.
And on paratransit, is there a larger role that the city could play?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've talked about this a lot. Our relationship with the city economically is complicated, right? We actually diverted $200 million this year to help the city recover from its own fiscal cliff. And that was worked out at the state level as part of the budget negotiations. It's in our financial plan. A $200 million, we in effect are foregoing $200 million of revenue, payments for MTA Bus, which is, the remnants of the old franchise express bus operations, right? That are the city's responsibility. So we want to help the city and we want to be good partners. Paratransit was historically the city's responsibility. It got put on the MTA. It had a certain size. That size has now exploded because we're providing really good service and people are signing up for it and they're using it like crazy. In that circumstance, we think the city should be contributing more. The state has really stepped up under Hochul for making sure the MTA was in decent financial shape. Paratransit is historically something that the city had a special obligation towards because of the history. And, I think that the MTA shouldn't go into bad financial shape because we've done a good job at serving the customer base and attracting new ones. That's our position.
All right. Thank you, Jano.
Okay.
Thank you, Demetrius, live from Lower Manhattan. We will see you all in September.